Alright, so each of you has come back from an exhausting day. Some of you, all of you late at night, as it were, since considering how long it would take you guys to get there and back. Whitney, you stayed behind in the village today as everyone was off heading off into the city. You decided to stay home to look after the bakery for the most part, because you still don't trust those elves that joined.
Yes.
What's the first thing you got?
No, you go ahead.
What is the first thing you guys want to do when you get back in town?
Well, I was just, stuck up by a whole bunch of, a legion of goblins and could have died at the flick of a hog's fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess, Well, I guess we had to lay our findings out with each other first.
It is late. Keep that in mind. For my goblinoid party. It took you guys 8 hours to get there and 8 hours to get back.
Okay then. I guess some rest is in order.
Yeah, and then for my Aeneas party, you guys probably spent the same amount of time because it took 6 hours to get there. You guys spent a while there, and then you guys took 6 hours to get back. So all of you are probably fairly tired currently.
Are we the Aeneas party?
Searson and Terrence would be the Aeneas party. The only member of the scouting party is Kaladin at this moment. Meanwhile, Vagus is coming back. Meanwhile, Vagus is already back in town, as it were, because he was able to hitch a ride with the 3 individuals he was able to pick up.
Well, time to do some farming.
Intense farming.
I will do some intense farming. Yes.
Oh, so you sound low, Norm, just to let you know.
Yeah, it's late and people are sleeping.
It's pretty late here.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're good.
It's okay.
He's gotta be mega quiet. But you can turn him up, I guess.
I have him already at 200.
Oof.
I have him at 150. I can hear him pretty fine, actually.
Like really close to my mouth. Does it help?
Give me a second. Alright. I should fix it now. Alright. So, actually, as all you guys kind of come back into town, probably heading towards your respective homes, or when you staying at home, you notice that some of the trees have started swaying a bit more than usual. In fact, they start leaning away from a certain area near the mayor's house.
Oh, great.
That's not ominous at all.
Indeed.
Wait, what happened with the trees?
The trees are leaning away from the mayor's house as if they're being pushed.
Seriously, I would first of all like to thank Terrence for holding the caravan while we took care of the rest of the business. This is what you were doing while you were gone last time.
Can you say it again?
I'd like to, Searson would like to thank you, Terrence, for watching over the caravan.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm super tired though.
I take it he's just gonna take a nap on our ride back.
Wait, Searson was with us, wasn't she?
Yes.
What did he say?
Alright, yeah.
Let me turn him up higher.
Say it one more time.
Question: are we still on our right?
Oh no, you guys would have just gone back at this very moment, late at night, as it were.
Oh,
Yeah, then we're just gonna head to the alchemy shop then.
Alright. And as you all are heading there, you do notice that the trees around the mayor's house are acting weird, as it were.
Maybe we should take a look.
we'll take a look and then I gotta go to bed. There's only so much awake time you can have.
True.
And I'm assuming
Regis will head to his herbs.
Whitney, would you like to investigate as well?
Sure. Can I roll like Arcana on it or just investigation?
You can roll Arcana. You guys can roll Arcana or investigation to figure out what's going on.
I'll do investigation. Because my Arcana is just not good.
Oof.
Alright.
I'm not a mage after all, so...
21.
Ooh, 23.
Like, up in the sun.
What were you gonna do, Norm?
I got up on my sheet first. I didn't have it up on my second.
Alright. I just heard that food's ready, so while you guys are rolling, I'm gonna go grab food real quick.
Alright.
I got an 18.
I see. Very 18-y.
Okay.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Damn, them
Look
birds,
at me,
Car.
brother. Them what? The birds?
Them birds. Yeah.
I'm here with my people.
Little did I know, Car's a bird person.
These are the sounds of my people.
I should get food too, but God, everything in this house is so like.
I have to wait for some hamburgers to be made.
We have food at home. The food at home.
I was literally just thinking that.
We got food at home, the food at home, McDonald's double burgers.
Sounds accurate.
I want a burger.
Why is he deleting? Why is he saying delete?
Oh, well, I put a cursed image. I'll show you. And I deleted it.
What was the cursed image?
I'll show it to you. Just give me a second.
Oh, that's not cursed.
It's just ugly.
It's beautiful. I don't know what you're talking about.
Where is it?
I'll show you.
Oh my.
It's bad. It's so bad.
All I see is perfection.
Oh my god.
What's up, Trevor?
Yeah, it's still loading. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What did you send him?
It really is perfection.
No, I. No! Also, that's Norm.
Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, so 21, 18. I know that Kaladin got a 20, 23. What did Searson get?
Oh, fuck it.
I got a 21 in Arcana.
I know.
Net 20.
Okay, so you're able to. Was that Arcana or Investigation?
Investigation.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah, what was everyone else doing?
Groxy was doing Arcana, Kaladin was doing Investigation, and Norm?
It was the same for both.
Which one fire?
Alright. Okay. So through your combined rolls, you figure out that this is a magical phenomenon being caused by a spell of some type. And through further investigation, Dion, you were pulled along for the ride as they're investigating. As you noticed, they were looking at something. You all head to an area in the woods that's inside the town, inside the village. Yes, relevant to the session. Inside the town. This is the night you guys got back. Inside the town, in the woods, and you see a which would be a fey-like elf who appears to be casting some type of spell.
I think he actually meant if Felix was relevant to this session.
Oh no.
Who's Felix?
No,
I feel it.
The blue-haired guy in the VC chat.
But you see this fey elf, and he kind of like pokes up over to his and says, "Oh, hello."
I see who?
You see this fey-like elf, kind of like perk up as he's casting the spell, and he looks over at all of you, stopping himself. He's like, "Oh, hello."
I take it was you who are disturbing the natures, are disturbing the trees right now.
The natures.
Yes,
The natures.
unfortunately, because I have to clear out a bit of a space for what I'm about to do.
Oh. And what is that exactly?
He smiles for a moment and he holds up a finger, and then he turns around and he says, "Yggdrasil." And suddenly the roots all build up in a certain, the roots of the tree start to build up in a certain area, and a tree builds itself from the roots in the area in front of him, and building itself into a tree house, as it were, that towers over every other tree, heads high up into the sky, and then stops growing with a full bush of leaves all over the place.
I imagine that the ground is rumbling as it happens.
Oh yeah, a fey elf in front of you just summoned a giant tree house, or summoned it through magic.
Well, that'd be
Probably
very
falls on
convenient.
her rump. Oh, just summon a treehouse like that. Lovely.
Oh, sorry.
I blanked. What happened?
The fey elf summoned a giant tree house in front of you all. It skyrocketed into the sky, and it's towering over every other tree in the area.
So this all just made Yggdrasil sprout like nothing.
Well, he cast a spell called Yggdrasil. You don't
I'll
know.
call it Yggdrasil. I'm not a spellcaster.
Yeah. Trevor, I can't hear you, by the way, in case you're speaking. Not the world tree, but nice catch. He kind of dusts himself off. There, done. And he looks back at you all. Oh, pleasure to meet. Sorry about that. Had to make sure that the house was in order for the other two. He gives a slight bow. My name is Thrin. A pleasure to meet you all.
I'm dreaming.
Well,
Did you just say his name was Thrin?
Thrin, yes.
Okay. I see what you're doing.
I really have no idea what that's a reference to.
It sounds like fear.
No, I was not thinking that at all, actually.
Okay.
He kind of like smiles at you. He says, "Dreaming, huh? Well, dreams are a lovely little thing. Though I must say, you look dreamy as well, he says, as he kind of like taps his staff for a moment, and one of the tree roots pops out of the ground in front of you, Circe, and it shows a bouquet of flowers. Same for Whitney as well, as it were.
Oh, beautiful.
Those are lovely flowers. Still is falling asleep. I'm probably on the carriage somewhere.
I pinch you. You want me to pinch you?
He kind of he then looks at you all and says, "Well, I'd best call. Well, I'd best. Oh, there they are." And then suddenly, out of the shadows, you see two other figures pop out. One of them being the shadow elf who kicked you all out of the away from the cottage yesterday. As he seems to be, he seems to be escorting an older elf to the treehouse. Am I capable of growing things? Quite a few things, as it were. I am a druid, after all. A special type of druid, actually. He says he kind of like leans on his staff. Sleep well, you two. He seems to say back to the other two, and he's like, and one of them says, "Yeah." And one of the shadow elf seems to just glance at him for a moment before heading inside, as he clearly doesn't want to deal with any of you.
Okay, so we're taking the wizard guy to the giant tree.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds weird.
Just gonna permanently stay on the ground for a bit and look up at that giant tree, just make sure it's real. Gonna take a reality check here. Reality check is a 14.
It's real. It's definitely real. You were not dreaming at all in this very moment.
Reality check is a 14.
Who did?
Alright.
Man, just like a whole bunch of trees, turned them into a big tree.
Fails reality check.
Nothing is real.
Nothing is real. The world is fucked.
Oh, it's getting late,
You're
though.
just a character made up by someone else's design.
I mean, that is true for your D&D characters. Anyway, he kind of like just says, but I'm keeping you all up all night. Well, you all best go to sleep. You do have a long day ahead of you, from what I understand.
You could say that.
How long does this stay here?
Oh, as long as I wish for it to stay here, as it were. I have a habit of summoning it I have a habit of summoning it when we need a place to stay. Well, before we decided to live in the cottage, anyway.
Fancy. Just
Alright.
grow a treehouse whenever you
To the
wish.
cottage?
Say that again, Terrence. I heard cottage.
Did something happen to the cottage?
Oh no, because Ragus decided since Ragus decided to recruit my master, we decided to come here, and as it were, we couldn't move the treehouse, and I didn't want, and none of us know Magnificent Mansion, so I thought the next best thing, Yggdrasil. He then motions to the tree behind him.
Oh yeah, that's right, I want that spell.
You're the people that Ragus brought.
Yes,
Okay.
Thren, Nerul, and Lyrian Nera.
Do I know the Sorcerer King?
No. No one knows what his real name is.
Okay.
His name was expunged from all records. And with an 8 for an ability, what was the perception check for?
I just thought we were all doing them. My bad.
No, you're good. He then simply says, "But yes, we'll be helping you. We'll be helping you with the matter of the Goblinoid Legion that's bearing down on your home, as it were. I hope we can succeed. I do love this place's bakery, after all. Oh, it's so good."
Surely it's world famous.
The bakery is unironically the biggest public relations asset we have.
Right?
I'm not.
Anyone who says it's horrible is clearly a bad guy.
Probably. Oh, yeah, so Whitney, you stare at this Feyelf for a while, and you start to realize that you recognize him.
who recognized him?
Whitney.
What?
Roxy, you staring at this Fey elf, and you start to recognize him a bit. You've seen him twice, albeit way older.
Roll history.
Roll history. In fact, for the rest of you, as you stare at him more, you realize that you guys have seen him once before.
It was that other elf, wasn't he, at the library?
Give me a second.
Oh.
The Shadow Elf was the one who rejected
It's just a
us
flat
first.
d20. I have no good history.
Come on, gimme.
14.
With a 14, you realize that you saw an older version of Thrin at the Arcane Library and visiting your bakery the night that you came back.
Oh, Thrin. Oh.
I've seen you before.
You
You visited my bakery. And also, before that, I saw an older you. Where?
You saw him at the Arcane Library and at the bakery. He was the one that bought the order from that was under Leowyn's name.
You bought the order under Leowyn's name, and I saw you at the library.
He kind of pauses for him. He says, He kind of looks confused, and then you hear another voice say, "She's referring to our future selves." And if you all look up, you see sitting on one of the branches is that same shadow elf from earlier, who's just leaning against it. Oh, that's right. And here I thought only your future self came back. Rather interesting, as it were. Oh, wait. You said that he bought an order from... Oh, he stole the order that was supposed to be for us. Thrin looks saddened for a moment as he realizes he's not getting any bakery sweets.
You can still buy more.
I'll be sure to do that in the morning. Yeah.
You might want to pay back Leowyn, though.
Well, I mean, my future self paid for it, so I suppose I'll pay him back, quote unquote.
Yes. So, what does this mean, then?
It's nothing, don't worry about it. It's just a little curiosity that happens to me and Nerul here and again.
Is it like not only a future version of you, but maybe like another dimension you?
Oh no, it actually is me, as it were. It's my future, after all.
Okay.
Running away!
Who's running away?
Unfortunately, I have a better relationship with my future self than my friend does. You can say that again.
What did he do?
He seems... He kind of like opens his mouth and Nerul immediately says, "Not a word, please." And Thrin pauses and says, I can't really tell my friend's secrets. It'd be mean." Wait, what? Okay, apparently YouTube went down. Anyway.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, that's weird. Anyway, he kind of just says, but I'd best leave you all to sleep for now. My future self likes to let me just take my own fate. My Nerul's future self, he'd be more, and then Nerul pops in, he'd be more likely to kill you than help you. He only has one goal. And that's to make sure something happens.
What do these guys look like again?
So Thrin is a Fey elf. But you notice that he's a lot more Fey-like than you expect. It's like he's not an Eldrin, but he's something else. But he reminds you of a Fey. And then Nerul is a Shadow Elf, like of the highest caliber. But instead of having the typical white hair or Shadow Elf, he has completely black hair.
So he has double the edginess.
Not really.
Double edge.
Yes.
You then notice that Nerul kind of like pops up kind of like pops up next to Thren, stepping out of his shadow, as it were. Anyway, isn't it getting late for you all? I know most of you aren't. I know most of you can't trance, so it's going to be a long 8 hours.
Alright. Get the message.
Have a good night, he says. He turns on his heel and leaves. We'll be swinging by the bakery tomorrow. Wait, we are? Thren asks Nerul. Do you think you're the only one who wants those sweets? Noted.
Oh, yes, customers.
Careful, we'll be buying the entire bakery if we're not careful. Nerul then walks inside the house.
I put a limit.
Then kind of watches Nerul leaves and says, "You know, he's much more nicer usually. Except, well, to me anyway. He does like me."
I find it hard to believe that he could like anyone.
Then, if any of you were
To only like you.
He likes our master too. Though if you did threaten me, he'd have to kill you. Though I'd have to kill you too, he says with a smile on his face.
Is his secret cinnamon roll?
Oh my god.
I wouldn't say a cinnamon roll, but but past events haven't really helped him make friends, to be honest. And since he appears to know you all intimately somehow, I don't think that's going to help much.
Well, if I'm still on the ground, I'm going to dust myself off. Get up, dust myself off, and say, well, I see no reason why we can't be friends.
He says, that sounds wonderful to Searson. And he looks at Dion and says, I don't think he'd agree with you there. If anything, he might one day become a detriment to it, as will I, or any of us, really.
What makes you say that?
Well, Nerul is a bit of a special case, as it were. Same with me, actually. And our master, definitely.
And us?
I've been studying under my master for some time, and I don't know. I just looking at you, you just have the air of ambition amongst you all, an air of change, I suppose. Whether it's good or bad change, I'll never know. I mean, I'm just a druid.
Very well, Dion.
He kind of like glances at Dion for a second before, kind of like still having that smile on his face, but it kind of like grows into a smirk for a moment before it falls back down to a smile.
What was the last thing you said?
You notice that Thren has a smile on his face when he notices Dion's comment, and then he turns to a smirk for a moment, and then it turns back down to a smile. Anyway, you all should rest. After all, it's been a long day. And then he then kind of like starts walking to the house. May your dreams be as plentiful as some of you are beautiful and the others handsome. And then he walks into the house and shuts the door behind him.
What a really nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kaladin, why aren't you that nice?
Dang, just turned it into a roast.
But, like, you know.
Oh, am I the one you
That was a good roast.
What?
Ragus, I did not know you were a cook. That was such a good roast.
That was Searson.
Ragus. That was Searson.
Oh, certain.
Oh God.
Searson, I didn't know.
Hey. Why don't the three of us go and grab something? Dion, are you willing to come with?
Wait, grab something to eat?
I don't know. I'm thinking either drinks or bakery goods.
Well, there's the local. Well, there's the local inn. Okay, YouTube's back up, and then there's the bakery.
Although I don't feel like sweets is something you should be having late at night.
That did that with me how many times again?
Sorry.
You can't really talk.
He's speaking from experience.
What the heck? There you go. Anyway.
But Dion, they asked if you want to join them.
Or something,
Yeah.
and talk about what are we gonna do. I don't know.
So bakery or inn, guys. One has drinks, the other has sweets.
I vote in.
I mean, does the bakery have drinks too?
No,
Oh, that's tragic.
unfortunately.
They kind of use every liquid they have in baking.
Oh yes.
It's even like milkshakes or anything like that.
What's a milkshake?
Train. What's a milkshake? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
What's a milkshake?
that's a joke because would medieval people know what a milkshake is?
Yeah, they would. If ice cream exists, so does milkshake.
Accurate.
What is ice cream?
Accurate.
Oh, brother.
Ha 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 ha.
Just because I discovered a pocket dimension to a freezer doesn't mean that everyone else has.
But she's not wrong.
Wait, you what?
It's part of her class ability. Anyway, Dion, none of them want to train, but it seems like they're asking whether you want to go to the inn to get drinks or go to the bakery to get sweets. Or they're asking if you want to tag along, basically.
Go to the forge.
He's asking us if anyone
But
wishes
I'll
to
politely
train before
decline and say that maybe at another time, when under better circumstances, he would join them for beverages and sustenance.
All right. So you're gonna head back home, Dion?
I go either train or work at the forge. Either one, and I'll just go train.
All right. Training would probably be the best option because it is late, and Renier came back, but he straight up went straight home to pass out.
Renier.
Training it is.
All right. I assume the rest of you are going to go out to get drinks
Sure.
or sweets. Is the question.
Well, I have a sweet tooth myself.
Oh my god. Fine. We shall go and grab sweets and revel in our sweetness.
If you want to get drinks,
Bad.
it's fine with me.
Yes.
What does Whitney prefer? You're the tiebreaker. Or
I mean,
Terrence.
I'm already at it. I mean, I'll probably go back to work for a bit, but you guys can get the discount.
Sweets it is. I don't think I could get a discount at the inn.
Unfortunately, not. I don't even think the inn gives you anything, from what I remember.
Three.
Anyway,
What about Terrence?
yeah,
What
Terrence.
gives you a hangover?
That's
What
a
do you
tavern.
I don't know. Maybe we should go to bed after all.
Terrence is thinking.
Ragus is already probably in
Also,
bed.
I said the inn gives you a hangover.
More of a tavern, but yes, an inn does give you a hangover too. But Terrence, you're thinking about going to bed?
Yeah, maybe that's the best idea.
All right. So Terrence will split off from the group as well and head home to his and Ragus's house, leaving just the three of you: a Ticrio, a fox person, and a elf, quote unquote.
Okay, so my offer is I have these chocolate chunk cookies, and I can give them to you 2 for 1 silver piece.
Sure.
And you can take multiple. Do you
This is actually making me even more hungrier. Wonderful.
Cream cheese.
Not cream cheese, cream drinks.
Cream drinks?
Yes, like milkshakes, coffee.
What is a milkshake? No. We have hot chocolate. I can put whipped cream on top of it.
Canned cream. You actually have heard of that?
No. Well, I can whip up cream
Ah,
by hand.
even we used to have these things. It was like cream in a can. You press a button. Whoop! Just like that. Very easy.
That sounds like magic.
Hardly would call it magic, but I mean, a giant tree just sprouted out in the middle of town, so that my expectations are completely subverted at this point.
Would you take hot chocolate?
Sure.
That would be 1 silver piece as well. Am I supposed to be writing my earnings down or something?
Yeah, probably.
There is a spreadsheet for it.
Oh, well, shit.
Perry made it. It's in XP and loot, pinned.
Because I didn't do that before.
Alright. It should be pinned.
Alright, so everyone write down, like, what they got, how much of whatever, and then we're gonna, like, put it... Wait, so... Acre loot sheet, okay.
There should be...
Just give me the 9.
There should be
How do I...
Okay, so, real quick. So, you're on your computer, right?
Dion.
Uh-huh.
So, look at the bottom area. There should be a tab that says Workday.
Uh-huh.
Click that one.
Yep.
And then there's gonna be... And then it's going to have... Go to... So, it's gonna be on...
I see my name.
Yeah. So, you're gonna put on day 2 how much income you make.
In gold coins?
Yeah, yeah. Silver would be 0.1, copper would be 0.01.
Okay. So wait, how much did you guys get? Like... Like, what did you guys get and, like, how much? Did you just get 2 cookies, or?
I just got your 2 cookies for, what was it, 2 silver? 1 silver?
1.
It was 1 silver, yeah.
Yeah, so...
And did I just... And then I just charged Ragus 1, right?
Seriously got I think Seriously got the cookies and a drink, or...
Oh, wow, all I did have was a single silver piece.
Alright.
So you just got the hot chocolate? Okay.
Hot chocolate.
Yeah.
We got it!
Oh, we got it. Hot chocolate. So, what, I just got 20... 0.2...
0.3.
Is that it? 0.3? Okay.
Oh,
maybe I shouldn't have done that big a discount. I don't know economics.
Actually, and,
I don't know economics.
10 gold from the workday.
Okay. So 10.3, okay. Who just got in here?
I'm wondering.
It's probably Dion.
Oh, okay.
Does someone need Dion?
Alright, Gabe. I'm just having dinner right now, but alright.
Well, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Alright, so you head to the bakery and grab delicious, delicious sweets that seem colder than usual.
Should I just say I start serving ice cream next time because I finally discover what it is and
I mean, yeah,
I can do it.
I mean, that would work.
She would teach you how to make milkshakes.
Yeah.
Fatal before.
And she knows how to make a cold dimension now to put them in.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
We'll be beating those Elin bakeries in no time.
God, I just love Cersei's head markings so much. They're like so pretty.
Are you gonna say
those
that?
few minutes actually turned into now. I'm gonna have to watch the air fryer, see if nothing burns. I'll be
Alright.
back.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, I
Fine
can
with
say
that.
that.
I guess we could just conclude that it has been night and we'd fall asleep.
Oh, I was about
I was
to.
gonna talk to Kaladin about some things, but
What were you saying?
He's
no,
got.
no, get out of here.
No. What?
I was just gonna talk to you about some things. Know who you are.
All right.
He's gone.
All right. I'll trade you. I'll trade you. 1 second.
Oh my goodness.
But I will is this the first time that Cersei and Whitney are actually talking?
Yes, actually.
Okay, well she's gonna be like, you have such beautiful head markings.
Oh, thank you. Your fur pattern's pretty beautiful as well.
Thank you.
I just wish to know who you are. I was so. Hello?
1 second.
Really?
Oh, you garbly.
Who, me?
No, he
No,
switched.
Gabe.
He switched to his phone, I think.
Alright.
So.
Oh,
Fantastic.
okay.
Gabe's
good?
machine broke. Yeah,
Or
it's
is it
pretty
spoke
good.
garbly?
No, you're not gargly.
All right, cool. Well, this is a delicious cookie.
Oh yes. I baked them with love.
I can tell.
Hi.
I'm sure you get that statement a lot.
I heard you came from a rather noble lineage.
Oh. What was it?
I heard you came from a rather noble lineage.
Me? Maybe a more like my father's famous, along with my mom. But as for noble, not so much.
At least
Wouldn't
that's
mind
what I
starting
garnered
from-
from.
Though in the future, though.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know if we manage to make it good. Could maybe be acknowledged by royalty or something. Like, oh yeah, you're now nobles. It'll be a fun little experience, to say the least.
It's a far dream, but I suppose everyone has that.
Yeah. Well, we all have our own ambitions, yes.
Your brother Rainier seemed very ambitious.
Yeah, he was in an engineering school and came back a few years ago. Don't know why he left the engineering school, but he's back nonetheless. And now he's managing the shop.
Never have I had someone smell so much of black powder than him. Well, other than Ragus.
Yeah, you get used to it, though. Especially with all of his experiments.
His shop may have been messy, but I believe there was a method to the madness.
There always is. Just gotta find the patterns, if any exist anyways.
Still, if he ever messes it up again, I will close down his shop.
Well done. Hopefully he
But
doesn't
what
mess
of you? What is your trade? Do you work with him?
I assist when needed, but I have my own job, you could say.
Your contact in, what was the name of that town? Fuck.
Aeneas.
Aeneas, thank you. Your contact in Aeneas. That seemed rather strange for someone like you.
You could say that I have contacts here and there.
But the question...
If you ever need information found or like blackmail material or something like that, you can contact me.
But now the question is why?
Why?
Why do you have information and contacts and blackmail?
Oh, there's a whole story behind that may be better suited for another day if we survive this whole fiasco. But basically, I'll just tell you this. It began with me wanting to protect my sister, and then this is what I be.
A world-class spy that no one knows about?
You could say that, sure. Yeah, we actually went to the Goblinoid camp to meet another contact who gave us some juicy information.
All of which is in lore in case you want to remember and tell that, Kaladin.
Oh yeah, the Hob, Marek, knows Dunamancy, and actually had us cornered, like with his legion, and could have killed us with a snap of his fingers. But he let us go because of our honorable treatment of sparing his troops as well. So, there's that.
Oh, so you almost thought you met Marek?
Yeah. Apparently I wasn't observant enough, which I'm gonna have to fix in the future, that he had some spies of his own running around in the shadows and all. And I let my guard down, which is out of character for me.
Are you just throwing shade at me right now, really?
No.
He's throwing shade at himself, really.
I'm throwing shade at myself, and also because Aldwin was like, "Oh no, everything's fine. Let's just go stroll on in." And I was like, "Okay." And then that's how the chaos ensued.
True.
But if I was more observant and was more sneaky, that probably wouldn't have happened.
So,
or at least it could have turned out different.
For all intents and purposes, Kaladin is an elf, correct?
He's half
no.
elf. He's a Dampier. He looks paler than a normal half elf.
Yeah, but I wouldn't know that, right?
He's open about it, I think. Aren't you, Kaladin?
Are you?
If they ask, then if people classify me as an elf like Marek did, oh yeah, we have 3 elves and
Vespidon.
Well, and Vespidon, and I was like, I'm not gonna tell them a damn beer.
I don't want to get cleaved in two potentially.
Yeah, exactly. So if someone assumes I'm an elf, I'm not gonna correct them unless it comes up. But if I'm gonna be working with them in the for the foreseeable future, then I'll be open about yeah, I'm a Dampier. I haven't really done anything vampire-like
yet.
Sadly, our heritage affected my sister more than myself. But I guess you could just call it age and dealing with, past events. And yeah. My mother was a vampire, just so you know.
So getting back to wait, you're saying that in character or out of character? Just real quick.
Oh. Well, no. Never mind. Nope. No.
Okay.
No.
In character, I believe the last thing was... What was the last thing?
What was the last thing?
Oh, yeah, you met Marek.
Yeah, we met Marek.
Yep. Yeah, it was well, he wasn't a savage for that. I'll give him that. He was honorable, didn't kill us. I'll also give him that. As I said before, Dunamancy magic, and he was taught by a master who also apparently knows Dunamancy. I think it was probably the hermit. It's always the old man in the woods. But yeah, so there's that. Alright, what happened to my contact? I wonder if he's alright.
Understandable.
But yeah, so since dinner is ready. But you can just say I tell them the rest of what we found out there, and we'll go off from there.
Right.
Fair enough.
All right. I will be back in like 15-ish minutes.
Got it.
Peace.
Bye.
Just a reference, this might actually be our entire party this session.
Oh,
Yeah.
Back.
And
Welcome
after that, Searson will get up and I suppose go to bed. Unless Whitney. Yeah, Whitney. There you go.
What?
You talk to.
Do you want to
Okay.
continue to talk for the
She
night?
commented.
Oh.
Yeah, she commented on how beautiful your fur pattern.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, so to speak? Is it a luscious array of orange and white?
Let me look again.
Like an orange green.
I got like a. I got
You
this.
can make a drink out of that.
Yeah. I've got this like Sorry. I also just brought food up, so let me see.
Food.
Opening the picture. It's kind of like I got like a nice like white muzzle, then it kind of light orange, then darker orange as you like fade out a bit. And she's got like light brown eyes, almost hazily.
Oh, so she looks like this. Oh, she left. No!
Oh shit. No!
She looks like that, huh?
No! Screams in French.
Green.
Fuck, scream, ensue. Ah. You know, don't you make like some treats or bakeries based off that design?
I have
I think
made
an
a few.
orange cream float would look very nice in this bakery.
I must say, your thoughts with drinks are very tempting. I usually do not put my ideas towards them. I have made a sort of fox-like cupcake in my likeness before, but nothing drink-wise.
Good to ask. Is Tate around?
Is he?
You hear snoring coming from upstairs, so yeah, he sounds like he's asleep though.
I suppose that answers that question.
He's such a good friend.
He said he'd take me flying. Got back. I can hardly consider flying, though.
You said he'd take me flying?
He
Or you
takes
flying?
Searson flying.
Seriously.
That's sweet.
Seems just a bit disappointed that that's not going to happen, but only just a bit.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's just for now, though.
Yeah, I'm sure he can, he will fulfill your wish sometime.
I suppose we need to finish the town inquiries first.
He keeps his promises. If he weren't dependable, I would have never started this business with him.
Your dialect, not from around here, is it?
I know, I come from the kingdom of Dits.
Dits?
Yeah, Dits.
Dits?
Yeah.
Dits? Oh. Isn't that a small country?
Yes.
Huh.
It's a beautiful place to live, though.
I fear it's not going to be around for much longer from what I heard.
Do I know
Sir-
about this?
I think it's surrounded on all sides by enemies, yeah.
Give me a second. I actually checked them out there because, from what I remember,
I thought he was bigger than that. I was just following your.
Where is it at? There it is. No, it's pretty big. Its only enemies are. Actually, let me see what its enemies are.
Wait, let me look again. It's.
I know there was a small country with a silly name that was surrounded on all. By
Oh
everything.
no, Ditz isn't really surrounded by that many enemies. Actually, it has more. It's surrounded by. It has friends. It has rivals on our side of it, kind of, but and some suspicious people. But it's allied with most of the East Coast.
Okay.
It's actually
Is it
pretty.
possible to sleep in armor? Yes, but it would be uncomfortable. I think it would give you exhaustion.
There's actually a rule for that. Give me a second. I pasted that
Yeah.
somewhere.
And as for Madame Whitney, I retract that statement. Excuse me.
Mhm.
I thought I was confusing it with a different country.
Mm.
Ah, well, tell me about it.
How do I describe Ditz?
Ditz is
So
How
prob-
do you do? Oh yeah, go. Sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Ditz is probably one of the out of all the countries that have been ravaged by war, quote unquote. This is probably one of the ones that doesn't really have that much to deal with. It does have enemies far across, like on the other side of another kingdom, but for the most part, it's pretty peaceful. The capital, you're from the capital of Sunfos, as it were, which that's probably where you picked up your bakery habit because they have some of the best bakeries on this side of the Takira, as it were. Other than yours, of course. It's a beautiful place. There's a lot of forest and trees. There's a lot of roads running through it. There's always some weary travelers. There's always some travelers coming through and spreading tales and eating sweets here and there, and even bringing in their own recipes from across where they came from. It's kind of like a crossroad of east and west in a way.
This is on the west side of the continent, right?
Nope, it's actually in the center. It's in the center south,
Yeah,
nearing the
yeah, it's
east.
very center.
God damn it! This is why I need the.
Your ass said you had the map.
My ass has a blob and a "you are here"
Good job.
maps. Okay. My ass has a blob and a "you are here." I need to see what the
Okay, you can lick my plate. Just stop looking at me. God.
Ditz is loading. Hold on. Ditz. How do you spell that? D-I-T-S?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ditz.
It's...
Ditz. Alright, let's see if that's in the path of where I travel.
And I chose that because she's ditzy.
Wow. I
Oh my god.
felt like that's why you would choose it. You said center south?
Yeah, look at the sun.
Kingdom of Ditz, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she went through that. Well, no, she'd either go through that or Sprinia.
Sprinia is a lot more heavily forested, as it were.
Yeah, she probably would have went through Ditz because she likes culture.
True.
All right.
And that
I love
web of roads is probably better to avoid than go through.
I took a detour there on my way here. It's a lovely country, what I've heard. Sprawling, beautiful grasses and flowers of all types grow.
Yes, I live there. I'm happy that for most of my life the country was practically untouched by the war. And I was grateful for all the travelers that came to my home village. I learned a lot of recipes that way.
What I was told is it was a country rich in of all sorts of culture.
Yes.
That would explain the dialect, I suppose.
Yes. I get a lot of I'll get a lot of compliments on that. But I am happy that I got to explore outside the country, my kingdom.
Izzy, why are you licking my screen?
Free?
Stop
Licking
licking it.
halfway across the continent, then. Hanak seems like a very long ways away.
I wanted to make a name for myself
In Hanak?
outside.
In where?
In Hanak?
Yes.
I suppose that makes sense.
I don't really know what exactly drew me here. Hold up, let me read myself again. I feel like this town was in need of it more than I needed to go anywhere in particular. And Whitney made it 10 times. Tate made it 10 times better.
It's very, very wholesome. Seems you and Tate are in a very tight relationship.
Mm-hmm. I cannot imagine a business without him now.
She pauses for a moment and looks around a bit with a concerned look on her face and goes back to sipping.
Something else on your mind?
Well, I was just thinking about some things. Some what-ifs, so to speak.
Oh, yes.
Well, it's been a long night. I hope you... sometime during this conversation at night, she would have told you how to make milkshake. This is more on the back end of the conversation.
Yeah.
It's been a long night.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have never gotten such comments about my plumage before. And with that...
You ought to. Look at him. He's so pretty.
Oh, thank you. Where does she sleep? She sleeps with Leowyn, I guess? I don't know.
She could sleep at the local inn if you wanted. I mean, Leowyn does have a place to stay. It's just that you'd be sleeping near a hobgoblin that's tied up somewhere.
Oh, that's fine.
All right. Well, yeah. Then you'd live
I've
with.
slept in worse places.
Yeah. Darrow doesn't really sleep that much. He trances for 4 hours and then he usually gets right back to work. You don't really think you've ever seen him rest, really. He seems always in a fervor for doing something.
Perhaps sometime we could exchange recipes. I know plenty of drinks. I used to run a brewery back in the day.
I would love that.
I bid you adieu, madam.
Good night, Susan.
Good night, Ellery. Oh, no, Ellery.
What?
Fuck. Whitney. Ellery. Ellery. Fuck. Whitney.
Yeah.
I was expecting something French, but I got Whitney. Alright. Night.
Got a whiplash.
I'm sorry, her name's not French enough. I just wanted to name her
Whiplash,
Whitney.
more like Whitlash.
Whitlash!
Am I right?
Yeah.
And she'll go to sleep for the evening. I guess with the hobgoblin. Sen?
Yes?
She'll go to sleep at Leowyn's, probably with the hobgoblin.
All right. You all rest for the night. And as quickly as day came, it is once again gone. As you all take a good night's sleep, tired from the day's events. And when you guys wake up the next day, you all hear from across the city, across the village, just hustle and bustle throughout the entire town.
Nice.
Just give me a second.
I try to like see what's going on. Why is there the hustle and bustle?
There are so many people just moving throughout the town currently. Like, it seems that your aid has arrived. Particularly the four of each guild that you got, the 3,000 mercenaries, the 500 mages, and possibly even more.
Damn.
Yeah, the population of this town just shot up.
It's
Well,
then.
so you should get up, switch out uniforms, because this one's probably all wrinkly and dirty from the stupid falling in the dirt, and go outside, check to make sure the tree's still there. Is the tree still there?
It's still there, right across
It's
from the
still
mayor's
there.
house.
Yep, it's still there. And go straight to Ragus. Knowing that this is mostly her doing, she's going to go straight to Ragus to flex on that dude.
Oh my goodness.
The pirate hat.
Going to the out with Terrence and Ragus. Dion, what is he doing?
Dion is currently in his garden right now, and you notice that it seems to be tended by someone else. You have no clue who.
Someone else? The cube. Dion, like a fucking soul boy. Oh, the whip. In the garden, sweet Christmas, the girl.
Terrence, how do you wake up and start your day? Since Dion decided to start us at the garden, and Searson immediately starts by getting dressed and seeing, yep, it's still there. By the way, you can see this from across the village. By the way, like it is the biggest noticeable thing in the entire village.
Oh, the tree.
Yes.
Big fucking tree. Do you got a picture of the tree?
What is Ragas doing?
He pronounced it correctly.
Wait, what did he say?
What is Ragus doing?
Ragus.
Are we still both in the alchemy shop or some shit?
Yeah.
Ragus.
Alright, so I guess I'm gonna go. I'm gonna wake up and go get some water or whatever. If we have food in the store, get that so I can start my day. And then maybe run some errands in the alchemy shop. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Alright.
What a bright and morning day, Mr. Terrence.
Yeah, have you seen the tree over there?
That is a very big tree.
It is very big.
But now that I've seen it, it's bigger than I thought it'd be.
That's what he said.
Ooh,
Well.
the classic.
Classic. So what are you to do today?
I don't know. Is there anything you need me to do?
Well, there's always things I need you to do, but I suppose today is a better day than ever to exercise your liberties, of which few you have.
Jesus. Really playing up that capitalist pig, aren't you, Ragus?
I bet you she could say that. Really paying off the capitalist pig, are you, Ragus? What? She looks down at him, because he's smaller, apparently, than... Oh, it's you again! I brought those people you talked about. Yes, well, I brought maybe 300 times that many people. Ah, yes, but did you bring the, Sorcerer King?
Coming.
Ah, yes. That's right, I brought the Sorcerer King. No, I saw an old man and...
He wasn't old,
elf
actually.
And, oh, he wasn't even old. Wow.
He was an elf covered in tattoos, and he looked... You know how usually a high elf is very colorful?
Yeah.
It looked like he was sapped of all color, like he was mute.
Well, I saw a fey elf, a shadow elf, and an elf, tattoos, sapped of all color. Oh, yep, that's the one. That's the one? I hardly think that... Would she even know what the Sorcerer King is?
Yes, because I did mention it several times before. The Sorcerer King nearly conquered all of Takira about 40 years ago. All southern Takira.
Sorcerer King. So what you're saying is you should go talk to him and stop bothering me in my shop. Shoo shoo. You can't shoo shoo. Shoo shoo. I'm having a day with Terrence. No, I'm having a day with Terrence.
Oh no, the fight for Terrence has begun. the love triangle has begun.
Laughs awkwardly.
Terrence, don't you want to come and see the Sorcerer King? He's a pretty cool guy. Well, see what Ragus thinks is the Sorcerer King.
Wait, didn't Ragus bring him here?
No, we're all still in the shop.
Brought him to the village, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I meant in the town.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still in the town.
But yeah,
Well,
going to talk with him sounds interesting, although I'm not sure I want to see that guy again.
which guy?
The Shadow Elf.
Ah, yes, the angsty one.
That might be a bit of an understatement.
I'm sure he can be cheered up eventually. Man's just a little bit down on his luck. I feel like he has a bit more problems than down on his luck. He just needs to beat something with a stick. That's what I used to do. Your solutions to solving problems get stupider by the day. So is your hair. I don't see you complaining. Oh! Well, Terrence, if you want to come with, I'm going now.
I feel like there should be someone that just passes by the store and just says, "Oh, would you two shut up and kiss already?"
Would you two shut up and kiss already? No, I think Terrence should have the liberty to do what he wants. Even if that is getting some ingredients for me.
Well, Terrence, which do you want to do? Sorcerer King or ingredients? I guess.
Fight the man.
Go with Sorcerer King.
Ah! So with Terrence's agreement, she's like, and Ragus is like, ugh. You could have done whatever you wanted. That's all I wanted you to do today, but fine, I'll get them myself.
Maybe you can
come back.
Maybe you can have Rainier go with you.
You could have Rainier go with him. Oh, yeah, don't you want to talk to that other fellow that smells like black powder? What are the chances? Who? What's his name? Rainier. Yeah, that one. One in the Smithy shop. That guy? I barely even know him. Well, I think it's about time you two do get to know each other. Ugh. Walks into the back room to grab some crates. Well, Terrence, should we go and see him now?
I guess. Is it just going to be the two of us?
I'll see if other people wish to come with.
Speaking of other people, Whitney, as you're walking down the stairs to open up your shop, you see Nerul sitting at one of the tables in the bakery. Just sitting there.
Goodness, you scared me. It's not even unlocked door.
Oh, I didn't need the door unlocked to get in, as it were. He says he's kind of like twiddling his thumbs right now.
Are you alright?
Yes, I'm fine. I needed to get some air, and I'd like to get those sweets as soon as possible for me and Thren.
Okay. What would you like?
20 chocolate chunk cookies, 15 strawberry cakes, and 12 dozen donuts.
Write that down for me, please.
So I'm gonna do some calculation.
Okay, this would be day 3, by the way.
Yeah.
I said 12 dozen donuts, 15 chocolate cakes. Oh, and 20 chocolate chunk cookies.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the difference between chocolate chunk and chocolate chip?
Basically, imagine the chips and the chocolate even bigger.
Damn.
Yeah, that's usually how people describe chunk versus chip.
That's how they describe Dion as well.
What?
It's how they describe Kaladin versus Dion.
Bruh.
Chip, chunk.
What? Yo.
Would donuts cost silver or gold?
That's up to you.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
Kaladin, you wake up.
Back.
I'm currently doing Whitney right now. I'll come to you real quick.
Finish Whitney.
Alright. Currently, she's getting a big order.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
Shit.
say quick order.
That's about 124, 164.
Because like I'm still charging silver for the cookies at least, but I think I might do different for them.
Makes sense. Probably takes less
Yeah.
effort to cook a cookie to bake a cookie than it does to bake a donut.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think cookies are like kind of low intensive, and I think
Absolutely. Donuts you have to like
I think they
fry.
take a lot, right.
I
They
expect
go
that.
through that conveyor
Cakes,
belt.
I
At,
think
like,
I'll
Christmas.
charge just like
I think the cakes are going to cost the most, though. You ordered 15 of them.
Churros.
Sheesh. Single-handedly
That will
keeping that business.
be 8 gold in total.
He pulls out 10 and just slides it over to you.
Churros.
He slides over 10 gold and he just says, "Keep the change."
Oh, thank you.
Hmm.
I think Dion went into the wrong profession. Everybody loves the bakery.
I stick like an extra chocolate in there because of the change. Like a Hershey kiss.
He kind of just waits as he's tapping the table, kind of.
Yeah. Tate, I need help with this.
Tate immediately comes to help out.
And I'm like loading up like this will take like 3 or 4 bags.
As soon as you're done with the bags, he walks over, and you kind of see the shadows of the bags kind of like come over them, and then sink down, and then the bags are gone.
Wow.
I already delivered them for the house for you, so that way you wouldn't have to go there. So that way you wouldn't have to walk all the way.
Yeah, so very good.
Additionally, my master invites you, your friends, and the mayor to his home to begin, and the rest of the leaders that have arrived in town to begin discussing plans for the town, as it were.
And so it
Alright.
begins.
I do hope you're able to make your way there, though I can have you accompany me if you'd wish.
What time is this tonight?
Noon would be the appropriate time, but I'll be heading there immediately, as it were, since I have to go meet with Thren.
Well, I will be getting a couple of hours in before I head to the meeting.
All right. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope your bakery continues to do as good as your sweets are good. He gives a slight bow.
Yes, you have a good day too, Monsieur Nero.
He kind of smiles at that for a brief moment before he kind of like forces it back down, and then he says, "Have a nice day." And he proceeds, and then you see the same thing happen to him, like where the shadows kind of like come over him, then sink into the ground, and he's gone.
Ooh.
I hope we don't have to fight anybody like that. That would be unfortunate.
And then Kaladin, you wake up and you hear a banging at your door.
Well, that's not good. Being cautious of what happened the previous day, I'll have a dagger by my side, but open the door anyways.
And at your door is Nerul, just standing up straight with a blank stare at you.
I stare blankly back at him.
My master requires your presence at the tree, along with the other leaders of the town at noon.
Well, thank you.
No
For
problem.
the notification.
No problem, Dampier. He says as he glances at you.
Oh.
Codename been exposed.
I see you've noticed.
I could sense it after all. You spawned from a half undead after all.
Yes, I did.
Shrugs. If it were my future self, he'd probably treat you with more disgust potentially, but I couldn't care less.
How wonderful. How wonderful. Yes.
He then glances in at the shop before he simply says, "Well, with that, I'll bid you a good day." And then same thing that happened with Whitney happens with you.
All right then. I guess I should prep up and head over. Well, wait, what time is it now?
8 a.m.
I see. Oh wait, I didn't even ask what time. Shit.
He said noon.
Oh yeah, right, noon.
Rainier's setting up shop, and he just looks at you and says, "If you want to go ahead. I'm going to be running the shop today. I need to get some work in."
All right. I'll catch you later.
Stay safe. Tell Dad I said hey. He says immediately starts hammering away.
Will do. All right.
Oh, wait, that reminds me. Kaladin.
Yes?
Gonna need 200 gold if you want that arm blade fixed. he has a big grin on his face as if he's messing with you.
Don't joke like that, you know I'm poor.
He then kind of smiles before he gets back to work. He seems to be working on your arm blade right now and tinkering with it.
Fancy fun. All right then. That puts I guess more of a smile on my face for the morning at least.
All right.
I'll make my way over to to the New World tree.
Haha. And finally, Dion, for a brief moment you feel this cold sensation behind you as you're working on your garden.
Alright. I will, carefully glance behind me. Try not to give away that I'm looking behind me. Stealthily, I guess you could say.
Roll stealth. With disadvantage. I think, aren't you in your heavy armor too?
I am.
Roll with disadvantage.
Let's see.
Also not one. I know what I'm gonna say too.
3. No, wait. Is there a minus for the armor?
No, you have a minus from your dex. That's it. It's just disadvantage.
Okay.
So you roll.
Okay, so never mind. I think I have a 2.
A -2.
No, a 2, overall.
And you see Nerul behind you.
I see who behind me?
Nerul, the shadow elf from before. Welcome back.
Ah, I see.
Edgelord.
I thank him for assisting me in the tending of my garden.
That wasn't me, but noted.
I see. Well, I apologize for the false thanks, and I ask him if he needs anything from me.
My master would like for you and your friends to head to his home at noon, along with the other leaders that have arrived to discuss plans for the town. That is all I'm here for.
Understood. Thank you for the invitation. I will be there, along with my fellow compatriots, to aid in the creation of the town plan. Hopefully we can create one worthy of the people we seek to protect.
He nods and then he says, "I've already told the others they should arrive shortly." and then this time instead of disappearing, he just kind of just walks away.
I wish him well as he parts.
He doesn't respond as he keeps walking.
Fair enough.
And I assume I'm going to think that all of you arrive at the tree around the same time.
Sure.
Is that all right to assume?
Yeah. I guess I know from now on that stealth is not the way.
So all of you arrive at the tree, and you see sitting on one of the big branches is Nerul and Thren eating some of the sweets together. Oh, you arrived! Wonderful! Thren says as he smiles at you all.
Thank you for inviting us. We are eager to get to work.
We're about 4 hours early, but I'm sure my master would love to speak with you all. He has a conversationalist.
Oh, is he now?
Oh, even more than me, Thwin says with a smile as he eats enough, as he just takes a whole cookie and then just shoves it into his mouth. Oh, these are so good, Thwin says through a full mouth.
In my head, I'm saying that is the most disgusting thing ever.
He reads your mind.
Nerul kind of just seems to be leaning against Thwin's back as he's eating his own, as he's eating one of the donuts.
Aww.
You can walk in if you want, if the door's unlocked.
Why, thank you.
She just gives a smirk and a thumbs up. And parents? Stop! Do not send me that cursed stuff.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Nope, it's cursed.
It's not.
You guys walk into the house and you see this beautifully furnished just foyer area as soon as you walk in. Like you know that wooden aesthetic that you see sometimes? This is basically that.
Wait,
So, like, the tree itself creates the furniture?
No, like the
it's
tree-
an extension of the tree?
No. Like, actually, all the furniture seems separate from the tree. It just seems like when he grew the tree, they might have either A, brought furniture in, or B, it magically came in once they made the tree. And it's set up beautifully with lights everywhere that are able to light up the room enough. Actually, no, the lights are off right now as sunlight is pouring in through the different windows across the tree. And there's a staircase that heads all the way up the tree and branches off to different floors.
Dion admires the artistry as a fellow lover of the natural world.
What's the rest of y'all's reaction to this tree?
I'm sorry. It's a beautiful tree. It's still here, though.
Yes.
Summoned the whole tree just like that. Could have ended a whole war with that tree.
Is that do you say that out loud?
No, in my thoughts.
Terrence, Whitney, what are your thoughts on this beautifully decorated tree and lit tree?
It's very impressive.
Oh yes. How is it decorated again?
So
I'm sorry.
basically, it's just there's beautiful furniture scattered across. There's a stairwell in the center that heads all the way up the tree and spirals out at different floors to different branches that are straight up just hallways in of themselves. And there's light pouring in from the holes in the tree that serve as ambient light for the area.
Nice.
Hello, is someone there? You hear calling from one of the hallways.
It is I and us.
We are here for the meeting.
Yes, it's true.
Oh, early birds. Give me a moment, please. You hear the sound of water for a moment before coming out. Appears to be coming out in a simple tunic and trousers. Is the Heil you guys saw before, covered in tattoos, and once again he would be golden colored, but it seems like the gold is mute right now, as if it's being unnaturally suppressed by something.
Like, his tattoos are gold, or is?
Oh right, they used Wish on him.
His skin would be gold if it weren't so muted.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Oh,
Does he look sick?
He doesn't look sick, though. He does look slightly tired from a brief moment before he kind of like perks up.
Okay.
Hello, my name is may I ask who you all are? Wait, you're the ones that helped protect this town, from what I remember. Darrow has mentioned you all, I believe. I never found out your names. I apologize for that. He says he kind of like dries his hands on what appears to be a towel and seems to set it somewhere.
Hello, I am Dion. Nice to meet you.
You can call me.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
No, you
Before
go.
we give you our names, I need to hear one thing from you.
Yes?
Are you this famous sorcerer king that Ragus is talking about?
That smile that was on his face seems to drop for a moment, and then he kind of like weakly smiles again. He says, disgraced, but yes, I am indeed. My name used to be, and when he tries to speak, you hear nothing, which you kind of expect because he has like a knowing smile on his face as he continues to say, as he continues to say.
Can I read his lips?
No, it's actually you cannot intelligibly understand what he's saying.
Damn it! Because my feet allows me to read lips.
I know. And then he continues, but he says, "But you probably didn't hear that at all, did you?"
Nope.
What, did you actually try to say it?
Yes, I did.
Of course, but some magical nonsense is preventing you from saying it.
The Mages Guild struck my name from the records and made almost everyone I knew forget about me, so yes, that'd be correct.
I heard that they used Wish on you.
More like they made me use Wish on myself.
Huh?
I'm sorry you had to go through that, but your name will once again be known for protecting the people of this land.
A different name, as it were. Speaking of which, my name is the name that I choose to go by now is Leowyn Defenders.
Nice to meet you, Leowyn Defenders.
Which in Elvish means second chance.
Ah.
Hey.
Hashtag what a man.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty little man.
Yeah, looks at you and says, "May I ask what your names are?" He says he offers a seat for you all at a nice dining table.
Well, you summoned us.
He asked what your name. He asked what your names are as he motions for you guys to sit at a nice dining table.
Yes. Susan will pick a chair, try to stick her tail feathers through the back. Hopefully, it's not one of those chairs, and promptly sit down. Oh, nice to meet you. I already forgot his name. Jesus.
Leowyn Defenders.
Nice to meet you, Leowyn Defenders.
He's in the acquaintances part. As NPC acquaintances allies and enemies channel in case you want to see it there.
I'm currently looking at the map.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
She sits down, hopefully getting feathers through the seat and trying to sit down comfortably, and just extends a hand. Well, nice to meet you, Leowyn.
He shakes your hand he shakes your hand.
I am Searson Rose Hannock.
He smiles. A pleasure to meet you. And it's good to see Tickles again, as it were. It's been a long time since I've seen them.
Well, I don't imagine they're too far out here. We're in the west nowadays.
Mm-hmm. He says he proceeds to sit down and offers the rest of you seats as well.
I take a seat.
Dion will also sit, but before doing so, he will also approach and offer a handshake and say, I am Dion, a paladin of the Maiden and a protector of this realm and its people. An honor to meet you.
He shakes your hand. Pleasure to meet you as well.
Thank you.
Ho, 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 you're approaching me.
Dang it, I knew they were coming too. I
changed my name to Dion.
I walk up to Leowyn. I do a little curtsy, and then I say, bonjour, my name is Whitney Crumpettet. I am just a baker.
A wonderful baker, from what I remember. Daryl used to always bring me your sweets. I'd love the ones that I could get my hands on before Thrin and Daryl would eat them all, he says, with a bit of a straight face as he mentions that.
You make me blush.
They're up on the branches right now eating all the sweets that they got from you today, aren't they?
Yeah.
Save some for me, he shouts out in the direction where they are. No promises, you hear Thrin's voice shout back.
And I go sit down.
He then looks at the rabbit folk. He says, and who are you?
I am Terrence. I'm a bard. Not exactly sure how I got here, but I go up to him and offer him a handshake.
He takes your handshake and kind of just says, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Terrence."
Pleasure to meet you too, and thank you for letting us into your very pretty tree.
It's no trouble at all. After all, it wouldn't make sense for me to not allow people in here after all the work that Thren went to summon it. After I told him specifically not to, but that's another word. That's something for another time.
Oh. Well, yeah, he seemed not very... It seemed to be kind of easy for him.
Yes, well, he's like that. I apologize for not being. I apologize for the first meeting in which Nerul threw you all out. He's quite overprotective of me, as it were, after the incident.
Yeah, throwing someone through the corridors of darkness. Yeah, that seems to prove it. Yeah.
Yes, well, he's gone very protective of me after a meeting.
I understand being protective.
Does any of us know why he's like that?
None of you know, really.
Could have sworn he told something like that the other day.
He told Ragus this, yes, but
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
he just said, I'm sorry about before. You weren't there for this, Winnie, but he's speaking to all of them when he says, sorry about Nerul throwing you all out of my home, away from my home, more like.
Oh, lovely. Yes, we could have all died, but
no likelihood of death. Just, I assume that was all your first.
Losing our minds.
That was all your first. I would hope that was your first exposure to it. Not many people normally expose themselves to that. If it was, then not much could have happened to you permanently. He kind of like smiles gently. Because I would have made Nerul go and pick you all back out of there. I would have made Nerul pick you all back out of there. I would have gone in to get you myself.
Oh, well. By the time that would have happened, we probably would have lost our minds.
There would have been ways to help with that. Thren is, after all, a very good druid, and it's not like I would have been affected by it at all anyway.
I could always resurrect you if your mind was that messed up.
What?
I appreciate the sentiments from all of you, but I do believe we have other matters to discuss.
Yes,
we do.
I'd like to ask this before the others arrive, because I know that some of them will have words to say when they see me. He says before continuing. I assume that you all were. You all had first contact. Third person.
We all had first contact. What?
With the
Galen Merritt.
Yeah, with the goblinoids.
That we did.
Could have died.
Thankfully.
Seems some of us have had a little bit more exposure than others. She nods to Kaladin.
Yeah, it was an interesting experience, to say the least. If I wasn't able to resist it, I probably would have ended up like Terrence.
Quick. So you were able to meet... Oh, go ahead, Terrence.
Yeah, Terrence just kind of looks down and he's... Wait, do we have food or anything on the table?
He actually asked, are any of you hungry, actually, now that I think about it?
I wouldn't mind a bite to eat. Thank you for the offer.
Oh, yes, I'm starving.
I won't refuse a bite.
I'll take a bite in around 2 minutes.
He kind of like gives a quick whistle, and then Thren kind of like drops in from one of the holes in the tree and says, yes, sir. Yes, master. Would you be so kind as to food? Yes. Yes, indeed. And then he then immediately goes off to get food for you guys. Lovely boy.
Lovely indeed. I hope the food is absolutely delectable. In fact, this whole room seems a bit warm. I like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure that it quite is warm, he says with a smile. It's probably the magic keeping it warm, but I wouldn't know for sure since I can't feel it.
No, like as in the design.
Ah, right then.
Very cozy, like a small inlet house or cottage.
Really charming.
So thank you for the more accommodating seats.
No problem at all. I hope to keep everyone comfortable, as it were, even if they dislike me.
What do you mean by dislike you? I hardly think anyone here dislikes you.
I'm more referring to the mages that will be popping up soon enough. Most of them will be the ones that have disdain for me soon enough. They were the ones that put me. They were the ones that did, and then he motions to himself.
Well, I'm sure they'll change their opinion about you if you're able to help protect the people of this land.
Unlikely.
That's what I did the first time, and they did this to me. So unfortunately, not.
Well, you'll have my respect, though you already have.
Let us discuss our relationship then. You are with us, correct?
Yes, indeed. Leo was a soldier in my army and an old friend, and I'd like to make sure that him and all the townspeople are continue to be safe, especially since his time will be coming to an end soon enough.
So I've heard. Reincarnation. So I've heard, and I also heard he's overextending his stay.
Yes, he's reaching it. Yes, unfortunately, Leowyn doesn't want to leave this current life until he's sure that the village is safe. And with the goblinoids being a problem, he's forcing himself to keep going even more.
So, if you are a famed ruler of such a large amassing of land, I would suppose you would have a sound strategy for dealing with these goblins, correct?
Yes, in fact, due to recent, I've actually came from Hanak, actually, well, before, when it wasn't Hanak, but this was the seat of my empire at one point. He says he kind of, looks away. So I know of some things in the local area.
Is that dog in real life or in the
That's Flurry, isn't it?
That's Flurry.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah,
I don't know why he's still outside!
Kind of looks off to the side and says, yes, Hanak was the seat of my power back during the days of my empire, so I know some things in the area that could help us.
Well, that's always helpful.
Your new empire.
What was that, Searson?
Sorry. I heard there were a couple of assets we could use to aid against these goblins. Just noticed that there are druid circles around here. I'm not sure if they have existed during your time.
Ah, yes. In fact, Thren studied under one of them, the Circle of the Moon. Actually, they'd be the easiest to contact, as they like non-druids the most. They do have a deep connection to the Feywild, from what I remember as well. It's much like Thren does.
And would Thren help us on our journey there?
Considering that he was sweet on the leader of this druid circle at some point, I'm sure he would. I wasn't sweet on her. Yes, as you said many times.
The old play like her.
I need that answer from Thren.
Thren then kind of comes out with food and says, "Oh, yes, definitely. I'll definitely help you find the Circle of Dreams. It'll be good to see her again."
Circle of Dreams or the moon?
Dream. Sorry, I didn't mean to say moon.
Alright. Fair enough. What about the other circles?
let's see. The moon will be one of the more difficult ones because they stay deeply in the forest, and they do not like non-druids that much. They mainly stay in wild shape forms, from what I understand, and live amongst the animals. So that makes them hard to find.
Furries.
He then poked up for a moment. But if you can get the Dreams Druids and the Fey Queen and the Summer Queen on your side, you may be able to use the Feylands to transport yourselves directly into their home in the center of the forest.
Alright.
Dion subtly makes it known that he can speak Fey.
Sylvan,
Oh, yeah, sorry. Is that not a...
I can speak Fey.
No, no. Sylvan is the language of the Fey, is what I'm saying.
Okay, my bad. Yeah.
Still good.
You're good.
That might prove very useful, Dion. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Dion, would you like to be the ambassador of the Druids?
I can also speak Sylvan.
That would be the best.
I can also speak Sylvan.
Oh wait, I think
Dion
has a higher charisma rating. That may be the better choice.
I didn't ask Kaladin. I asked Dion.
I would be honored to do so, but perhaps alongside a more gifted negotiator.
Oh, like Kaladin.
Correct.
What's it? Terrence, you notice Leowyn glancing at you a few times.
Oh shit, he's giving you looks.
I mean, is he like far away or?
No, he's close by.
So wait, what is he doing right now?
He's just sitting at the table, and he kind of glances at you as food is being set before you guys.
Food is being set before us. I'll be back.
All right.
So I kind of also look back at him, and I'm not sure if I want to say anything.
He kind of speaks at first. He says, "Terrence, out of curiosity, would you happen to be a glamour bard, as it were?"
How did you notice?
You have an air of farishness around you. After spending so much time amongst the Fae, it's easier to tell these days.
Oh, well, it's a new thing for me. I don't know, but yes, you're right.
Well, if you are a glamour bard, you must know some Fae music as well. If you learned it from someone of the Feylands, correct?
Yes, I know some ocarina.
Well, interestingly enough,
Although I don't have one on me right now.
actually, what's his name? Aldwin Satyr friend gave you his ocarina.
Of time.
Did the guy?
Yeah, he gave you. Yeah, he gave you his ocarina.
You're right. Okay, like,
Thank you.
All right. He says the Circle of Dreams and the Summer Queen, additionally, both love the sound of Fey music. Fey music. I'm sure if they heard it played, they would ingratiate themselves even more.
I think that means that we should probably take the glamour bard with.
I was
Well,
already
take the
Terrence.
I'm going there. I would really like to see how it is.
Well, it's just a thought for now, he says.
Oh, sure.
But I'm sure that you do. I'm sure that either way you do. I'm pretty sure that if you did go, you do wonderfully. You seem like you're very well versed in music.
I mean, I did spend quite a bit of time when I was back at my home village.
Sounds fascinating. I must learn more later.
Well, if you want, I can tell you about it.
That'd be wonderful, but that'd be wonderful, but I think that your friends would rather that the topic be changed.
Yes, of course, we wouldn't want to be holding back the important subjects. Sorry.
No, you're absolutely fine, he says with a smile. But, however, there are a couple, while the moon is one of the more staunch ones, they're not the worst of them all to become allied with, unfortunately. That would be the land druids. Just to be clear, none of you have built any. Just to be clear, none of you have done anything in nature such as cut down a massive trees or pollute any water or possibly even build a man-made dam in the recent times.
That would be a no for me.
No.
No.
I'm not sure. I haven't built anything personally.
Alright. And he looks at Whitney and says, he looks at Whitney as well to see what her answer is.
Oh, what was the question?
Have any of you polluted any water, cut down more trees than usual, or somehow disrupted the local ecosystem in some way?
No, I don't think so.
Wonderful. Well, the land druids the land druids used to be elders for villages, but back in the times of peace. When the chaos reigned, they withdrew from the world and decided to leave them to their fate. And as it were, the local land druids in this area are two of them are very staunchly against aiding any non-druids, and one of them seems more playful. Thurin says as he sets down the last of the food. Yes, playful. Particularly the circles of the circle of coast and the circle of Swampland Master. Yeah, Swampland. Those two in particular seem to be the most anti non-druids.
Noted.
You could attempt to get them on your side, but I'm not sure how well that will go.
Getting them on our side wouldn't be as much of a problem as per se keeping them.
It might be both, as it were. They were just as stubborn back when I was in power.
With the huge influx of people coming to our town, we need to clear more land in order to suit them. And I do not think the land druids would like that one bit.
We can always do our best to live in touch with nature instead of destroying it to make room for our lives.
I'm wondering how many of these trees you could turn into tree houses, curiously enough, but that's another thought. But a conversation that must be had as well. Thank you for bringing that up, Searson.
You're welcome. On another note, there is the Vesperian hives we can look at.
Oh yes, 3 of them, as it were. Again, one of them is very anti-non-Vespidon, but I'm sure that if we get the other 2 on our side, we could somehow convince the 3rd.
Well, what leads do you have on getting them on our side?
One of the... He kind of thinks for a moment. There's the Androian hive. The Androian hives serve under the Summer Queen, actually, and stay away from the world of men, but if you could get the Summer Queen and the Fae on your side, you could potentially get them as well. The other option would be the Leshu hive. They are traders around here, and they are very open to non-Vespidon coming into their land, so they don't let them stay in their trees at all. They keep their hives under guard. So those 2 are the most friendly. The 3rd one is more violent, as it were.
Well, seeing at our current party composition, I feel like it'd be best if we tackled the Circle of Dreams druids and the Leshu Hive first.
Yeah, and let's save the Summer Queen for when Aldwin is with us.
Yeah. I'd also want to save one of the hives for when Andraste is here.
Makes sense. Even kind of.
Are there any? I'm sorry. Are there any other options for allies that I may have missed? I know an army is on its way, but I feel like it might be too late by that.
I don't know if y'all know this, but Marek knows of the incoming forces, the 5,000 large army. He knows about it and isn't scared of it.
Of course,
Or he simply didn't show fear.
a leader of the hobgoblins never shows fear even amongst his men. Though I suppose that's for any leader in general sometimes.
Yeah.
If he knows that he's most likely preparing a counter strategy against them. Marek, what are you planning?
So I feel it integral. Oh, excuse me. The sandwich is really good. So I find it rather integral to dispatch of Marek, or at least disperse him before that army arrives, and he protected counter strategy against them.
True. I have a plan in mind for that as well, but I'd like to see what everyone else has options for since I'm simply a guest here. But speaking of that plan, the last few allies I could think of, since you've already gathered the Count, though I don't know how much of an ally he'll be considering who it is, he then thinks for a moment, would be the Shepherd and the Wildfire Druids. Though the Wildfire ones will be more iffy, unfortunately, if we are able to get the Moon Druids on our side. The Wildfire Druids believe in the cleansing power of fire. Many of them are attuned to flame spirits, as it were, and they have burned several forests down the Moon Druids we have been trying to protect. Thus, the two are at odds with each other.
How about the Shepherd Druids? Oh.
Hello, Aldwin. The Shepherd Druids. All they care about is protecting any endangered animals from going extinct. As he finishes his statement, there's a knock at the door, and Nerul comes in with Aldwin in tow. One of them arrived late, sir. Thank you, Nerul.
Context. Who's talking who?
Larry, you were talking to a high elf with muted gold skin with spell tattoos all over him.
Sorcerer Gang. Yeah. Oh.
Pleasure to meet you.
I can tell exactly who you are then.
Pleasure to meet you, Aldwin, I believe, correct?
Yes, Aldwin Hollywood. The Jade Knight is my full title. Just call me Aldwin.
Lyrian Nera, the name I've taken for myself. That means second chance in Elven. The former Sorcerer King, he says with a little bow. Please, sit. We already have food prepared.
Alright. He'll, doesn't exactly wear a hat or a helmet, but he'll make a motion of tipping his hat in return, and he'll sit down with the rest of the group.
It's wonderful for you to have joined us. We were just discussing possible allies. We had already gone over the Druids and some of the Vespidon hives, as it were.
Well, then I might be able to kick out the Summer Queen.
How is Ceruso doing, actually?
Well, considering that she called me up to actually make me a proper knight instead of let me wallow as a squire for the rest of my life.
Well, she was the one who gave me my crown, so I suppose that's something that she likes to do.
I just hope she doesn't make a hobby out of it.
I doubt it. He says as he leans forward slightly.
But to answer your question, she seems to be in a mild mood. slightly indifferent to the elves. It feels like.
The Fae never forgave us for the great betrayal.
So, take that as what you will.
Yes, the Fae never forgave us elves for the great betrayal, so I wouldn't expect them to warm up to us yet. When most of Hanak was under my rule, they were indifferent to me as well.
I will say she had a slightly positive preference to me for whatever odd reason, so...
She's for the beast.
Most likely, if I had to guess, considering that she knighted you, it's probably because you reminded her of me.
She did say that. I'm not sure if I should be happy or worried about that.
Just as long as you don't have the highest of aspirations like I did, you should turn out fine. After all, what I did got me in this situation. So,
I hope one day that could be reversed.
I'm afraid not. The Mages Guild made sure to keep this permanently. They took every part. They sealed any magic that I had away for all times and stopping me from dying. Actually.
Would it be possible to break this so-called curse?
Afraid not. These tattoos make it permanent, as it were, and the highest punishment they've ever given was to take away someone's magic. But for me, it was twofold, since they knew that simply killing me would make me reincarnate. They've made it to where I can never die and reincarnate. Thus, I just am. That would be what.
Would a wish spell help with that?
Unfortunately, not. And besides, Nerul comes, and Nerul kind of says from the sidelines. And besides, one of the mages would probably try to kill you if you tried to fix him.
Yes, the organization with a stick up their ass. Yes.
Lyrian smiles and says, "That wouldn't work, Dion."
So, if you wish to hear me out, I've been thinking about it, and I think I may have a solid plan of action here.
What's your plan?
I propose that Dion and Kaladin go after the Circle of Dreams druids, since they both know how to speak Sylvan and are very skilled in diplomacy. I also propose that Terrence and Alduin will go after the Vespidin hide that has ties to the Summer Queen, due to Alduin's recent connection with the Summer Queen and Terrence's connection to the Fae, I'm told. Lastly, that leaves me and Whitney to go after the Circle of Shepherd Druids, because I have a stark feeling that Whitney wants to protect the animals as well.
Oh yes.
That sounds like a wonderful plan to me. Hopefully,
sounds like a plan.
Wait, isn't Thrin from the Circle of Dreams?
Yep. So Thren will go with y'all.
All right.
Nerul perks up and says, "I can escort whoever needs to go anywhere." And he says, as he kind of just looks at his master, and his master kind of looks back. The two kind of like look at each other for a moment, and Nerul just seems to shrug as he leans back against the wall.
Nerul, where would you like to go? Which group?
If Thren is going to the dreams, it would do best to not have me go along with him. Plus, I don't think the Fae do not particularly like me much, considering my origin. But if need be, I can offer you safe transport to either the Shepherds or the Vespidons.
You seem to have been giving Terrence some interest lately. Why don't you go with them?
He looks at Terrence. He looked at Terrence for a brief moment and looked at Aldwin, and he says, That sounds like a good idea to me.
And then she'll look at the Sorcerer King. I guess that leaves you with us.
Hmm?
I guess that leaves you with us, if you wish.
That would depend on what the others say once they arrive, as I'm sure they would rather see me shackled in this village.
Oh, please don't worry about them. Right.
I would like to see the shepherd druids. They keep some lovely animals they do protect some lovely animals from what I remember, and I like to be able to see them.
Indeed, I do like to see the exotic animals. Whitney, would you?
Oh, yes.
Then it's a plan. And I do believe the narrative would be when we come back, or if we are successful or unsuccessful in gathering these allies.
All right.
So it's a +5 to everyone.
Keep in mind, everyone, that +5 goes away should you. I think it's if you fail a roll.
Oh, really?
I think.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I think that was one of the things in the strategy, like where it was like if you fail
I don't think that was.
roll in the
Well, hold on, I'll be right back.
That seems a little strict, Chief.
No, I'm
That
not
seems a
kidding.
little out of there.
I'm not kidding. Like I'm not kidding. I think that was actually a thing in the class, and they're like, "Oh yeah, if you fail a roll, then the bonuses go away." Give me a second.
Hurry!
So
That kind of makes sense.
Let's say that's not for the paladin class.
it's. Give me a second. There it is. Anyway.
Hurry!
And then you hear him, and then eventually, and then he says,
Hurry.
he kind of just sits there for a moment, kind of sighs, and then he says, I'm surprised none of you have asked more questions. Usually I expect people to have many questions when they see me.
I would be happy to ask a few questions if you have time to answer them.
We still have about 2 hours until the others arrive, so I can answer any questions if need be.
Out of character, is this the person? So he didn't make the tree, right? One of his apprentices made it.
Yeah, his apprentice made the tree. Yep.
I see.
Yeah, give me a second. I found it. Yeah, this just ouch.
You never like to hear the words "ouch."
It's because I'm looking at the effect and I'm like, what the heck?
So therefore, it should be nerfed.
Nerf this.
No, because this is quite literally all that it says. Give me a second here. I mean, you guys have never failed rolls while using this plan because you guys get a +5, so I don't think there's much worry there.
Aha. The old.
Yeah, but there's always the possibility.
I about got a nat 1 on that stealth check. Or I guess it would be a 1, like due to all the minuses. But.
So if any single one of us like just gets a horrible roll and fails it, that means it affects the rest of us even if we're not in the same region.
Mm-hmm. It scuffers the entire plan.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And if you mess up, make sure it's not doing the plan stuff.
Wait, how bad does it have to be?
It's just so basically it has to be the plan is completed, the DM deems the plan has failed, or a single creature fails a check. So it's like if I have you roll against a DC and you don't meet it, plan's over.
Alright.
What's DC mean?
Difficulty class. Basically, it's what you have to roll against when I ask for ability checks and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I
Like
usually
the
come.
acquired. For
Yeah.
Like pass.
Yeah, I usually come up with those. So, but all of you get a minimum of a +5 from what I remember. I think with seriously it's a +5, isn't it, Car?
It's +5.
All right. So I think even with a +5, there's not much room for you guys. Just the plan. But there's also we can Lyrian kind of just finishes his meal and says, "So, anything you'd like to ask for the next 2 hours, I suppose?"
You guys want to go in turns? Or...
I
I'm
just
going
thought
to enjoy my food.
What a man.
Alden will, I wouldn't say raise his hand, but he'll make a motion to get the old king's attention.
He looks to be in his 20s, like you, Aldwin, for reference. Because remember, elves look at Max in their 30s, but since he can't age or die, he looks like he's in his 20s.
First off, you're going to throw me for a loop in about 50 years when I get older.
Give it more. You look to be in your 130s, correct? Give it more 300, 400 years.
Still.
Oh, and all the worst part is going to be when you want to settle down. That's going to be settle down as a ranger. That's going to be the weirdest thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. But this is more pertaining to my relation with the Summer Queen.
Mm-hmm.
But or our shared relation rather. Anything I should be aware of when it comes to her, to speaking and interacting with her?
She's a fae, so despite being a queen, she's still a fae, so there's still that trickster nature to her. I learned that the rough way a few times. You hear Neru kind of cough in the background.
We are asking the Sorcerer King questions. We decided on like a negotiation plan. We're going to split up and speak with the various leaders of their factions of the druids to gather assistance.
And there's another knock at the door, and Errol goes and gets it, and in comes Tate.
Welcome.
Where you been?
Tate, it is the next day. You rested for the night, and Whitney went off to a meeting with the people in this big tree that's now in the center. That's now near the center of town, and you were invited to come along. You arrived later because you had to watch over the bakery.
Whitney immediately gets up from her seat and glomps Tate.
He gives her a small hug.
Yeah.
Lyrian smiles at that, and then he looks at you and says, "And you must be Tate, correct?"
Yes.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Lyrian Nera, as these all must know, the former Sorcerer King. You notice that it gets harder for him to say that every time he brings it up?
I'll just write it on a piece of, I guess, parchment, and then, I'll just hold it up. And with, an arrow pointing to, that's...
Getting the vibe. The vibe of former Sorcerer King is, the same as, the Honorable Sheriff of Nottingham.
It's more like the more he says it, the more you realize how much he's fallen and how much he sucks now.
Former Sorcerer King.
You just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine because you couldn't get into it. They wouldn't understand.
He looks at you and says, "Please sit and eat. There is food prepared."
All right. What kind of food is it?
Whatever you'd like. Theron can make anything can make any food that you desire.
I'm not really hungry, so I'll pass.
All right then. They had just come up with a plan to find more allies. From what I gather, I, Whitney, and Searson will be going to meet with the Circle of Shepherd Druids. Terrence, Aldwin, and Neru will be meeting with the less true Vespidon Hive, and then Dion, Kaladin, and Thren will be meeting with the Circle of Dreams Druids.
Okay.
Would you like to? Considering what I just witnessed between you and Whitney, would you like to come along with us?
Sure, I can.
Wonderful. You were a fan of animals, as it were.
Yes.
Then you'll fit right in. The shepherds have many lovely animals.
Nice.
He then smiles for a brief moment, and Nerul kind of is just watching everybody in the party now as he's listening to the conversation. Is there But yes, the Summer Queen was a good person at heart, though. Despite how playful she may be, she does everything with the best of intentions.
Alright, so fair-hearted ruler, but by God, check your seat for a whoopee cushion or two.
check your clothes for any ants that have eaten into the seams. He says he takes a sip of some drink.
Speaking for experience there.
In front of the entire palace.
Alright.
That's one of the many events I'm glad was erased from everyone's memories.
But I hope fellow knights do not mind me made a fool of myself by the patron. So.
Any other questions, as it were?
Dion would. Oh, I can wait.
No. Sir Alden would just shrug. It's like, where's that? Alden starts looking around for a bottle of wine.
None of us drink. I don't let my students drink at all, and I'd rather not be. And unfortunately, unfortunately, if I were to drink, I wouldn't be able to. I'd burn through it easily. So.
All right. Alden would just shrug. All right. Dion or Trevor, say what you want to say. I'm sorry if I cut you off.
By the way, I'd just like to say this is questions pertaining to the Sorcerer King in case you want to learn anything about him or his students, in case any of you are curious.
Yeah, I was going to ask about... Because I'm going to go with Thrin, right? So I can just talk to him on the trip.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just save my questions for Thrin for later. But in terms of the Sorcerer King, Dion will stand up and ask, as someone that wishes to better the realm for those that may inhabit it in the future, do you have any advice on how best to do that, given your experience and skills in the ways of both magic and...
Well, my ways in magic are gone now, but in terms of that, the simple answer would be to make sure that peace is kept through. Though that's more of a difficulty nowadays. It was almost possible 40 years ago, but that was hoped to dashed. But anyway, more keeping the people happy is a good way to keep the peace. After all, them being angry and turning against you only makes things worse.
Solid advice.
Food supply. Food-wise, Takara is being filled up with more people than it's able to support, from what I'm gathering, due to all this war. Thus, food supplies would have to be increased dramatically, though you'll never get anyone to agree to that.
Well, I think they'll have to agree if they don't want to starve.
And who do you think the first ones to starve will be?
If on my watch, hopefully no one. But if it has to be anyone, then I guess I would starve first, or those guilty of some kind of treasonous activity. Just not the children or the innocent.
The more powerful ones would see to it that the weak starve first.
Not on my watch.
I thought the same thing.
Well, I appreciate your intentions, but hopefully we can change that this time, together.
Maybe.
I appreciate your insight on leadership. Thank you for your counsel.
No problem. Gillen looks down the table. Anyone else have any questions about me or my students?
I'm sure I'll ask about... Sorry. I'm sure we'll ask about them on a trip back.
Alright.
Is there anything you wish to tell us? Is a more important question. Someone who asks like that definitely has a story to tell.
It's more just in case anyone is heavily curious about me. I put myself in the wilderness. I put myself in the wilderness for a reason, because people would have sought me out if they knew I still existed. Case in point, Galen. Speaking of which, before I continue, did Galen say anything when you met with him?
He said to tell you that he is sorry.
he kind of like tries to keep up a smile, but then his face kind of goes sad from him and says, ever the sorry student, I say.
Any particular weaknesses he has?
Before it would have been his father or his brothers, but from what I hear, he put both of them to the sword, or the ones that weren't loyal to him.
Sweet Christmas, the old patricide.
It was the only way he could gain. I could see it in his eyes, that ambition, that drive to take over his legion. I just didn't think it'd come to this scenario.
Unfortunately, it seemed it did. Though he retained some trace of honor, as he promised to meet us on the field to spare the civilians when we were to engage in combat.
He's still a hobgoblin after all. They live and die by their honor.
Well, that's one admirable trait.
And one I would rather put up with.
Fair enough.
Yes, it's better to face an enemy who will tell you the truth to your face than will stab you in the back. Speaking from experience.
I would agree with that.
But anyway, something I would like to tell you all, just to be upfront about things. His smile kind of goes away for a moment as he has a hard, steely look now as he gazes at all of you. Do not trust the Mages Guild or anyone politically in power.
Don't worry, my experience says that as well.
All of them want something. All of them want the land to be a specific way, and many times that view will not be able to coexist with your own.
As long as they seek to better the realm, those that reside within it, they have no argument with me. But as soon as that is endangered, then I shall protest.
I got a question. If you were given the opportunity, would you seek more power?
Ooh, good one.
Whether it be magic or political or otherwise?
He kind of looks down for a moment. He says, "I spent my entire life trying to avoid that possibility. But if somehow I were to get to my powers back, I just hope I wouldn't fall back into trying and fix the world like I tried to last time. That plan might have succeeded, but I'm sure I would just run into the same problem again."
Well, we'd like to help you forgo that problem and make the world a better place.
Unfortunately, the world that I seek to create you might not have agreed with.
What world did you seek to create, good sir?
Nerul cuts in. He wanted to wipe the slate clean.
Oh boy.
Nerul! What? Not like killing everybody. Not like killing everybody. Nerul kind of rolls his eyes.
All right.
What do you mean by it then?
Do explain.
Yes.
Only the top level mages know this, but I planned on conquering the entire land and to create an era of peace for a time. And then through a magical ritual empowered by mages, I planned to cast a powerful wish spell. That spell would have changed reality as a whole.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. Reality is not perfect, so it can always be improved.
The plan was to resurrect everyone who had died in the wars and fix the entire land as a whole, and wipe their memories of ever knowing an age of chaos, only knowing peace and the most perfect life they could have known, with the reality shaping to be exactly that.
I don't see a problem with this world.
There isn't.
Well, this has been a lovely conversation, but this meal was amazing, by the way. Thank you so much, Thren. I will meet you all, or whoever's coming with me, by the caravan whenever you're done here. She'll get up and leave.
It says as the meeting's isn't another hour.
Yes. Or I just need some air. It's a little bit stuffy in here.
I'm gonna roll insight.
No, Rules is gonna watch Searson with a bit of a smirk on his face.
I'm rolling insight.
Go ahead.
Wait, who is gonna watch?
Let's see.
I'm gonna roll deception.
You're bad with deception.
I'm gonna roll insight too.
Oh my god.
Same here.
Yo!
Tate, would you like to roll
We got a
insight?
nat one.
Are we all rolling insight?
Does anyone?
Stop rolling insight!
Would you guys like to roll insight on against Searson's deception? I guess.
That's a nat 20, Chief.
Guys,
I got an 8.
Oh
So
my god. Two people fail.
I got a 17.
Oh my god.
Is that
Oh.
fair?
Oh, I got a 5. It doesn't.
Searson, what's your deception? This is literally based on you now.
God damn it, my deception is -2.
All right, let's see what happens.
14.
So only
Dion and Kaladin?
yeah, I can tell. How are you feeling, Searson?
I clearly don't want to be in this room. Your questions are making me uncomfortable.
Dion would subtly like walk over to him and ask like if he's all right and if he needs something.
You walked out of the house, so that's not subtly.
She's gone, bro. She's like,
Fair
it's
enough.
too stuffy in here. I need some air. Trees are
Fucking
not
gosh,
good at
you're fucking
insulating.
weird.
Trees are really good at insulating.
Also, by the way, Tate, the tree is based off the ancient forest tree from Monster Hunter World. That's how big it is.
Ah, okay. It all makes sense. Hence
And-
the music.
And it's completely furnished now, by the way.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
Yeah. Yes, I had a feeling that some people wouldn't be happy with. He doesn't know, by the way. Seriously, just to say, like, he's just guessing. But he just simply says, "Yes, I had a feeling that would cause some head turns."
Why so? Good.
Imagine that one day imagine whatever life you had beforehand. It might not have been perfect, but it was a good life. You were happy. Now imagine suddenly your life is gone. You only know if it's possibly a completely different life, and while it's perfect and it's happy, it's not the one you worked for.
I see.
You
Well, I
you were
think
given it.
it would only be fair for me to think that would be a unjust trade if the life I was living before was able to somehow create the perfect world that you were. So, given the circumstances, I think it would be only just to start this creation of a fair and just world for all instead of having a good life for only myself. But I understand the moral dilemma of erasing people's memory.
Here's
I
the last part of it was that if anyone seek to break is that for the next 500 years, or I think it was either for the next half millennium or the next millennium, if anyone attempted to cause chaos once again, they would be bombarded with the memories of the horrible bloodshed that had befallen the land thus far through our age of chaos, actually, and we would stop them from doing what they planned on doing, hopefully.
Well, I think inducing memories is a nicer way of dissuading someone from killing them. So, not the worst possible way to do something.
After that, the world would be left on its own, as I would no longer be around to help protect it.
Ah, would this spell sacrifice yourself to power, I presume?
No, every god in existence would kill me for doing it.
Ah, fair enough. I guess the maiden would also kill you?
I'd assume every god would want me dead. It's not changing reality as a whole isn't exactly something that gods are happy with. They don't like mortals aspiring to be like them.
Well, I think if you perhaps did it in the best interest of one of those gods, they may wish to support your plan.
There's not. But yes, that was my plan for the world, and it failed when the Mages Guild found out earlier than I expected, and thanks to my brother's aid, were able to defeat me, capture me, and proceed to wipe everything that I had done off the face of Acria.
Your brother.
Why?
Yes, my brother.
Who
Why
is
did
your
they
brother?
I'm afraid that I'm afraid that I'm not going to say that much. I still have family out there that I'd like to keep safe.
Oh,
Even when they turned against you?
My brother, I was trained. He then kind of pauses for a second. During the day that I fell, I confronted my brother before fighting against the higher echelons of the mages. I asked him why, and he gave me an answer that made perfect sense, and that made me forgive him.
and his answer?
This land is shaped by the ambitions of those who fight for it, by those who live in it. Taking that away from them would be the same as killing them.
You kill a version of them, I agree with that. Because memories dictate sense of self. So you were technically killing everyone and then resurrecting a new version of them.
Yes,
So,
well,
from a certain point of view, that can be considered mass murder.
I would be killing everyone's aspirations in a way, and eventually I saw what he meant and had to confront the fate that I had brought myself to. My brother is somewhere along with the rest of my family. I don't know where, though I can hazard a guess.
Well, hopefully they are well.
Oh, they are.
Despite your brother's action.
They are. Nerul cuts in. I keep an eye on him from time to time.
Ominous.
Anyway, it'd be best to leave that subject alone. That is the past, and what matters is the present and the future.
Very true. Change what you can and understand what you cannot change and accept what that change can't be. Very wise, good sir, very wise.
And then suddenly you hear a large amount of a dung 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 dung, and Nerul kind of just sighs for a moment. He says, and he kind of like pauses as the knocking continues for a little while, and he says, "I really don't want to open that door."
What's behind the door?
Oh, all the rest of the leaders, including Leowyn.
Well, the door must be opened eventually.
If I split any of their heads open, it's not my fault. He proceeds to walk to the door. Nerul, please don't. Fine, I won't send them to the grave yet. He proceeds to open the door. He then says, "All of you should probably head up to the meeting area. I'll escort them there." He then snaps his fingers and a shadow portal opens up near the table. "Don't worry, it's safe." Yes, you will be, seriously. Leowyn kind of stands, brushes himself off, as Theron takes up the plates and goes to wash them and says, "Shall we?"
I believe we shall. Thank you for the meal and conversation.
He nods and then walks through the shadow portal. Would anyone else like to head in?
I guess so.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
What? All of you walk in, and you suddenly appear at the top of the tree, where in the meeting room, where there is a table with a wood engraved map of the province.
Wait, you said
I
that
would
all of
walk
you-
up and like writing kind of like beside the map, I guess, like what I know about the enemy army. Kind of like bullet points.
What was that, Terrence?
Wait, we're like all there?
Yeah, you
Or just a few of us?
were all brought to the top of the tree into the meeting room.
Oh.
And
just kind of touch the engraved. Wow, this is.
Flynn does have a habit for wood carving, actually.
How long did this take?
Well, he probably made it along with the tree, so I'd say about 6 seconds.
I didn't hear that.
He made the tree first, and then I'd say give or take 30 minutes. And did you hear that time, Norm? Norm?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear it? I said 30 minutes.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, word.
And then soon after, everyone arrives at the top of the tree, including Citizen, who is in tow with Leowyn. And immediately, one of the mage leaders immediately throws a fuss and asks, "And what is he doing here?" And you all hear Leowyn mutter as he looks out the window towards the rest of the town, and there he goes.
What are we to argue about now?
Why exactly is he here? They're referring to Leowyn, obviously.
Because he is helping us.
That sociopath wouldn't help anybody. The most he'd do is probably try to ruin the world again. Hold up,
how would that be possible in his current state?
Just because his magic's gone doesn't mean that tyrant's mind isn't still there.
I don't think it was ever the mind of a tyrant, but I think if it once was, it no longer is for certain.
Leowyn agreed. He says, besides, he agreed to help us after they visited him. If he wouldn't be here if he wasn't trying to help. And what if he decides to turn it into another scheme to give himself power again? If that's yes, always blame me, why don't we?
If anything,
currently he has no power, and so long as he doesn't have power, he's not a threat to you.
The mage leader kind of like narrows his eyes for a moment, and then another one of them kind of like puts hand on and says, "You're right. Apologies about that. He's just still stuck in his old ways, as it were." The older man appeared to be a wood elf of some type, but the other mage appears to be a Aesimer, actually.
Aesimer are the part demons, right?
Nope.
No, they're part angels.
Part angels. Oh, inverse.
Both of which being, though in character, none of you know what a tiefling is mixed with, because you have no clue what a demon or devil is, actually.
What a beautiful life.
Yep.
Well, we know who the gods are, right? Since some of us serve them.
Yes.
Gotcha.
But demons and devils haven't been introduced in Acria yet.
Well, let's hope they stay away.
Looks 500 years from now. Yeah.
About that.
Anyway.
All right.
So what exactly? And then the Scarves leader, who appears to be a Ganassi, a Earth Ganassi, actually kind of just says, "Anyway, can we get down to business? Who are we gonna hit and who are we gonna kill?"
I like this guy.
Yes.
Well, Leowyn kind of pokes up for a moment. He looks at your group. Would you all like to explain the plan that you came up with?
We're going to gather the aid of the Druids and Vespidenheim, so we have a army, and then we are going to attack Galen Marek. Anyone have any plans for the method of attack? Does anyone have any suggestions?
The Scarves
to the table.
The Scarves leader immediately perks up, and one of the Scarves leaders perks up and says, "Yeah, why don't we just siege them out?" Knowing Marek, he already prepared for that eventuality. Leowyn cuts in, and knowing him, and you'd be marching into swampland, which we aren't exactly equipped to deal with.
No, and also, there's plenty of his camp is. The base camp he has built up for himself is far too large to even be properly encircled. And if we were trying to siege it out, he can easily sally forth a defense to drive out any would-be besiegers.
One of the mages pokes up. Annihilate the entire town with magic. And then Leowyn says, "Are you out of your mind? What about the townspeople? They decided to ally with the goblinoid. Shouldn't they share in their fate?"
Dion would speak up and say that Galen had promised to not harm our civilians, so we should honor that promise by not harming theirs.
Nerul kind of says, innocents die in war, thus either way you should prepare for that eventuality just in case. Besides, it's one town compared to the entire kingdom. That's something you might want to keep in mind.
Well, destroying the town would only incite further violence by inspiring those that may ally with us to then seek allegiance with the other side, since we are now indiscriminately killing innocents. I think it would be best to keep our targets upon the military assets of the enemy for both efficiency and morality.
You notice that Nerul really just kind of like rolls his eyes at the morality part.
I see.
In addition,
we might want to tell him about the goblin camp actually being separated from the city itself.
Right.
And also in addition, Gaiden ensured that his goblinoid base was well separated from the town itself. He actually sees the town as provides some sort of usefulness to at least the hobgoblins themselves. And also in addition, by making sure that at least each of our towns aren't directly attacked, he at least won't be able to get one up on us.
Yes, that might be the case.
So, even though it partially ties our hands, it keeps his hands tied in at least one area. We should be thankful for that.
Finn kind of pokes up and says, "You mentioned that there was an advancing army. Why don't we try a pincer attack with them potentially? When are they set to arrive? Is the question."
Wait, are they talking about the 5,000 troops?
Yes.
Marek already knows about them coming.
Yes, our friend Kaladin here has said he has a proposed counterattack measure for them.
Wonderful. So Baron Gurn might be marching right into a trap. And at what point is he set to reach the goblinoids?
He's on his way from
after he, what city was he planning to siege?
Country.
He was planning on taking the capital of Ilran.
After he takes the capital of Ilrand, he'll march his way down here. But who knows how long that'll take?
And then you hear Nerul perk up and say, "He said midwinter."
That's right.
And then
midwinter at the earliest.
But you don't remember You don't remember ever mentioning that to Nerul though, or to anybody.
He's in the COD, isn't it? The corridors. He's like listening in on. It's like, oh, I see, wonderful. And yeah,
I think it would be. Dion would say, I think it would be best for the citizens of the nation in jeopardy that we speak with their leaders and convince them to at least separate their civilian population and assets from their military factors to ensure their civilian survival. Even though it is to fight.
Are you referring to Ilran, the kingdom that Hanok's at war with?
Yeah.
Lyrian kind of just chuckles for a moment and says, I'm afraid that that's not possible at this current moment. The Ilran theocracy is staunchly allied with AIM and IS to conquer Hanok, though that'll go badly for them soon enough. The queen is sure to deal with them sooner or later. He kind of sounds like he's proud as he says that.
Intriguing. Most intriguing.
And if I know Hanak, they'll most likely punish Ilran and its the barons that take over their lands will punish Ilran and their populace once this war is over. And it'd be best to stay out of their affairs unless you feel like dipping into Hanokian politics, which is a bed of worms.
Not politics, only that the civilians in question are properly protected.
Leowyn kind of says that's kind of impossible at this point. But how exactly are we going to hit them if they're so fortified and all that? Well, another matter would be to draw them out.
Or potentially to force them into their own walls.
Right, that could work.
This is just a thought I've had. Actually, several thoughts. Currently, right now, the fog of war extends to our doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
Currently. Meaning that, at least currently, Gaten and his goblins have the advantage on us. We don't know exactly where they are, but they know exactly where we are. First goal I suggest is turn the tables on them. Make sure that even if one goblin steps out of that camp they have built up, that foot is nailed with an arrow of some kind.
As in skirmishers?
More jungle war, more guerrilla warfare.
Mm-hmm.
Leowyn looks at you for a moment and says, that'd be an excellent plan. Though at the same time we have to prepare for the same being done to us as he looks at Thrin, and Thrin kind of like puts his hand on the wooden table, and it seems to come to life for a moment as you see like these wooden sculptures of what appears to be bugbear and goblins with and hobgoblins with masks appear. If what I can guess is correct, they'll most likely be pulling out their own assassins soon enough.
Something to work. Yes. So we're waiting for the 5,000.
I cut off for like the past 2 minutes there. What did I miss?
We're proposing a plan.
I know.
I already did one.
I cut out for like 2 minutes, like after I said the line. What did I miss?
What line exactly?
That they're going to be pulling out assassins soon enough.
Dion asked if anyone knew who the assassins would target in particular.
Leowyn says, myself, Leowyn, the hobgoblin that we have tied up in Leowyn's basement, the bugbear that you've gotten on your side, and that would be it.
I feel like they'd be after
they
everyone
wish
at the
to
table.
Free or kill the one that we have.
I feel like they'd be after everyone at this table.
Yes, but they don't know of everyone at this table yet, or unless their spies have already found out somehow.
As he glances at everyone.
Kaladin.
Though you did make a big noise when you arrived, so they might already know if they've recruited elves to be their spies for them, which might be a possibility.
Uh-oh. Kaladin's actually a spy. I knew it.
Ah,
Well,
yes,
Gabe is
I'm
the
the
spy
spy.
master.
He's a spy on the other side, working with
I'm
them.
a double agent. How do you know?
Thankfully, U9 should be safe. Thankfully U9 should be safe, as they probably wouldn't target you. Since, despite your capabilities as warriors and as thinkers, they probably think of you as less than a threat currently.
Well, we'll use that to
Understandable.
their disadvantage.
That's good.
And then Aldwin was speaking about some general strategic thinking
Go ahead,
from the
Noel.
group. I believe. I could be wrong. But...
Yeah, and also, just something to tack on. Does anyone know of where the supply trains are coming from for their how was it? For the goblinoids?
Everyone kind of looks amongst each other for a moment, and you see Lyrian kind of just sigh silently as he just puts his hand to his head.
I take it that's a no.
If I had to, Leowyn kind of cuts in as he looks at everybody before saying, "If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say that they'd be taking it from the local farms nearby, willingly or unwillingly, and then keeping it in their camp. Back when we used to war against the hobgoblins, that was their usual strategy."
Well, I think in that case, then it wouldn't be correct for us to target their supplies because it would then affect the civilians as well. So, if anything,
Whatever we need to do, I think.
Well, we would have to attack the supply trains themselves, or be willing to burn some barns.
And that potentially means starving people. And with midwinter approaching, crops will be becoming less and less as time goes closer. It's already getting colder, as it were.
Yeah, all the military assets can target are purely weapons and arms. It's not a good idea to target food because it'll incite enemies. At least in my opinion.
A final question. Does anyone have any ideas of how to deal with Marek's dunamancy?
I think the best idea would be to utilize some of our extremely powerful magic users to challenge him to a honorable duel to perhaps limit casualties for the rest of us.
All the mages, by the way, look immediately at Lyrian, who just shrugs because he can't.
Well, there's also the other option of getting the hermit from the forest.
That was me.
Well, I apologize. I've been out of I've been out of the loop for a little bit. I apologize.
Lyrian just kind of laughs at that. Despite how serious the environment is, Lyrian appears to be amused by that as he's kind of laughing. You find that funny? What? Can I not take a joke at my own jest?
It's I'm kind of I kind of been sitting outside a couple of doors the past couple hours or a couple days, twiddling my thumbs.
Lyrian kind of shakes his head, and then he looks at Tate and Whitney and says, "You two have been quiet. Any ideas?"
For what?
You two have been quiet over the course of the meeting. Any ideas?
For what?
For how to deal with Marek and his ability to use both gravity and time magic. Though, just as a warning, he does focus more on gravity than time. Time was more, my thing.
Yeah, we saw he focused more on gravity when he some black holes just swirling above him.
Thank you for that wonderful illustration, excuse me.
Well, not much of an illustration since I've lived to tell the tale.
Anyway, Tate, Whitney, do you guys have any ideas?
Maybe, but When you need to be kind of fast to fight them, well, not fast, but just.
How do you counteract gravity magic?
Anytime you cast a spell, counterspell could be useful. Another option would be to make an anti-magic zone, though that would cut off our own hands as well. And the third possibility would be more. The third possibility, well, that's a bit of a risk in of itself.
What's the third possibility?
It's possible to make him overextend himself and cause gravity magic to go out of turn. Usually that results in distortion of gravity, such as such as large chunks of rock being torn out of the ground and hovering in the air. Sometimes people floating. Sometimes people's gravity being reversed, such as flying towards the sky, and the user being unable to control it, thus they can't cast it anymore.
I think we all got weighted shoes.
There is a possibility.
That may be a good thing to keep in mind.
That could help.
Good idea.
Is it a good idea?
Yes.
It is a good idea.
It
You
is.
can all hold on to me.
Oh yeah, I
Might
did
sound
something
cool.
right.
You all grounded.
Though, if I may, I have a plan that, while incredibly risky and ambitious, could be an idea.
Do tell.
From what I've heard rumors of, someone at some point planned on building a dam in the river, correct?
That was my idea.
Oh no.
He then looked at you. Well, the idea itself might have been sound. That idea might have been sound if not for the circle of the coast being such utter. I can't say the word because I'd rather not say the word. I think you get what I'm saying.
In the Knights of the Forest, we had several terms for individuals who disrupted plans that would be foolproof.
Yes, but if that cannot happen, then I hesitate to say this, but we might have to prompt them to try and invade Leowyn and catch them in the town and catch them in Solarinet. He says as Thren puts his hand on the table again, and the town kind of comes up. After all, we do have a trump card in the form of, and that's when you see both Gawain Leowyn and Veiyun pop up on the display on the table. Though Veiyun's weird, since you could have sworn that she died.
Well, I was about to say, you might want to check your intelligence there, because I can't remember exactly who, but...
Up on the table, you mean they're like wooden figurines or something?
Yeah, like they make wooden sculptures out of it and everything.
That's pretty dope.
And they would have been one part of the damn idea. But I have my geography wrong.
So, on that note, do we know what other magic that the Goblinoids are capable of casting? Because we know about Marek, but what about the rest of his subordinates?
Who are you asking in
I don't
particular?
think anything should be off the table.
Who are you asking in particular there?
I'm just asking in general. Like, does anyone know? And I guess our good old former Sorcerer King could have an idea. But like, this is for like anyone who has an idea, because I'm not exactly like a spellcaster, so. But I want to be cautious of any possibility.
Dion knows about the formation, but I am not sure that he is aware of any spellcasting limitations.
They particularly focus on artillery magic, such as stuff like fireball salvos, cone of coals to freeze their enemies, stuff like that. Basically, anything that you could use as artillery. So particularly
evoking magic.
Yeah, evocation magic could be the mainstay. Though they do also have healers as well.
Oh no!
Yeah, healers.
Not the heals.
Yeah, that'll be problematic. Although
I'll challenge.
I feel like they might have a trap card of their own potentially.
I challenge them to a heal off.
Yeah, I'm a pretty buff healer. I'll challenge
feel
you in
it.
an arm wrestling match.
I have a shaky feeling that they might be high. Like other than Marek, they might have a trap card up their sleeve.
That's probably
could-
not a
That
wildly
could turn the
incorrect thought.
tide.
Yeah.
What?
I assume they have more. I assume that's correct. Like, I'm thinking that they have quite a few trump cards since
We should-
given the number and variety of their troops.
We
they
should prepare for any possibility.
Right, exactly.
And while we do, they'll keep planning of their own. Galen. Now there's a match. Now there's a match I never expected to face.
Indeed. What was it? So we know that they have healers, artillery.
Melee fighters that operate in a phalanx.
Yeah. And also spies/assassins.
Yep.
Fire attack. You hear someone comment something, you comment fire attack.
Fire attack. I wonder. Which circle of druids hates fire?
Wildfire loves fire. We could get them to help us. He looks at his teacher. In fact, I'm sure they'd love to burn that entire area to the ground. They've been meaning to for a while.
Well, if they can burn our enemies, then I think it would definitely be looking into an alliance.
Hear me out. This might sound like a crazy idea, and I am a high Eldrin, so everything I say usually sounds crazy to somebody. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he then proceeds to take the table, and he kind of like spins it as it morphs into a battleground of Solaronet. What if we have them try and invade Leowyn, but we catch them at, like he said, Christmas Solaronet. But we make sure that they're able to use the sea route. That way they keep all their men on the river. We stop them at Solaronet, and we use a fire attack to burn their entire fleet to ashes and them along with it. And he kind of like has a sadistic smirk on his face as he says this. As that heartwarming smile is just replaced with this bloodlust smirk on his face.
That works.
I don't disagree with that plan.
That's a great plan, except, the killing everything and burning it to the ground part.
Well, if you burn down the ships that they use, then it's fine.
It's contained at the sea, so that's probably one of the best options available. Plus, I can get us a ship to.
I'm sure I'm not alone when I say that there's actually people within our group that probably doesn't agree with that plan.
With burning the ships?
No, burning everything, Dion.
Well,
no, of course, yeah, no, definitely don't burn anything that belongs to the civilians.
I'm just in favor of burning their ships down.
Yeah,
But
I agree with the burning of the ship.
Are the ships going to be moving along the river?
Yeah, they're going to be sailing down the river, and basically you guys would catch them in the river and light their ships ablaze because they're going to be tightly packed because the river heading down to Leowyn is only 2 miles across.
It sounds like a natural bottleneck to me, which since they have more numbers, it's really not even a choice. We have to use some form of a natural barrier. And keeping the battle at sea would keep the enemies contained, so I think it's an admirable plan.
also,
How are you gonna get them to use the river, though?
Well, didn't they use it before when they first attacked Leowyn?
yes, it was how they got most of their forces down this way so quickly.
And why don't we let them do it again? Also, I want to apologize, by the way. I didn't mean burn everything. Sorry about that. Had a bit of had a bit of excitement there due to having a plan that might actually work. Usually Nerul comes up with these and he always outshines me there. Oh no, I'm letting you put your foot in your mouth this time.
May I kick out a suggestion?
Shouldn't we not be counting them that are making the move that suits us?
I think. Well, the likely scenario is either that or they march down, and if they march down, that means if they march down, that leaves them more open. A river route is the only thing that keeps them safe for the most part, if they're willing to risk it.
I think the utilization of skirmishers, as Alduin suggested, would entice them to utilize the passage of the river to avoid the ambushes.
In addition, since Salerna is guarded by Gawain and his fellow undead ally, I can't remember her name, I apologize.
Veayun.
That city is protected.
Yes, Veya still exists in the city, though, in a form unlike Gawain's. Nerul cuts in.
So, if we want to be able to bottleneck him within the city, we could potentially chain the river.
True. That could actually work. And one of the mages cuts in and says, "And what about the undead? We can't exactly count on them for aid when their rage should just consume them and make them turn and make them not follow our orders." And Nerul cuts in and says, "Then I'll bind them to my will."
Ooh.
All of them. He says he looks at the statues of Gawain and Veya.
Those two you don't mess with.
He then looks straight up at you, Alwyn, and says, "They're undead. What they were doesn't matter."
What they were does matter.
What matters more, two spirits that should have long since passed from this world, or the tens of thousands of people that'll be threatened if they aren't listening to orders?
Both matter.
Not to me, he says as it gets cold in the room now.
The Edgelord has spoken.
His black eyes actually turn purple as he glares at you. Nerul.
Jan looks at him with his purple eyes, brother. Just kidding.
Listen, I've listened to you all talk about plans to be able to deal with the hobgoblins and barely come up with a strategy until now. I'm not going to let it go all to risk with my friends being on the line, just so that way you can keep some petty morality in line. Now, if we're going to use the undead, I am binding all of them. If you have a problem with that, you can go and sit outside the door like a good little boy. You can shut up and deal with it.
That was a bit disrespectful.
Nerul? No.
Last. Can I just say this?
Yeah.
Before you completely discount everything I say in the future and thus put yourself in a situation that put us and everyone around you in a situation where your body count will have us all have to answer. Your decision will force us all to answer for your actions. The mentality you just summarized in front of me, you just summarized for us all, is the whole reason why this nation, this land, this province is in the situation it is currently.
Yes, because powerful men decided to do that. Difference being is that I'm not one of them. All I'm doing is dealing with a problem and then going back home.
And that is good. But your retention of that worldview is only going to cause problems. Now, through a combination, currently with a combination of skirmish tactics, chaining the river at Salernet, and simply using the undead in their free will to attack freely against the goblinoids, we have a fairly good chance currently. But in order to chain the river and properly build up the defenses we'll need, we need the Vespidons. In order to do the skirmish tactics correctly, we'll need the druids. So I suggest we're at a current impasse that we can go and begin working.
That would work best. He says as he stares at you still, as his eyes go back to the black they were before.
I apologize if anyone else wants to suggest anything else if I accidentally shut you down.
Well, plans or not, I'm still going to at least contact the Circle of Shepherd Druids. And I do believe that Tate and Whitney are coming with. We are doing this now.
I would make
You want to do it now?
No time like
Yes,
the present. Eh?
Tate, we're doing it now.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Leowyn then says, I'll stay behind and make sure everything is all right. Yes, it would be best if you stay here anyway so you don't muck anything up.
Good lord. Everybody's so snippy.
Leowyn kind of just quietly backs towards the window and looks out of it again.
Leowyn, you're free to come with us if you want.
Who?
Leowyn, you're free to come with us if you want.
You just said Theron.
No, I said Leowyn.
Oh, I was just
Are
saying.
you sure?
Leowyn
Yeah.
kind of just looks and says, I think it... he seems
Come on,
really,
it'll be fun.
he seems really set off, really uncomfortable by what just happened. Like he is like from what you can tell by his face, but he has never seen Newell like that before. As Newell just simply walks through the shadows and leaves. And even Thrin's kind of like looking concerned as he quickly follows after Newell.
It's too much tension for me.
I'll come with. That'll be fine. But let's just shut up and let the man do what he wants, Leowyn says before one of the maids can say something.
Yes, we are going now.
Yes. He then pulls Aldwin off to the side for a bit.
Yes.
I don't know what that was, but I apologize for that. Whatever just happened, something set him off, something that I've never seen before. And it had nothing to do with that you or that plan. He only gets like that when he oh, son of a bitch. This is the first time you've heard him curse, by the way.
Is that a new word in your vocabulary I should be aware of?
I have a feeling I know what's troubling him. Do me a favor. Watch the shadows when you're with him visiting. Watch the shadows when you're with him. I get a feeling that something's coming.
Ominous.
Aldwin will nod. By the way, through that whole discussion, everyone just saw Aldwin action, like the tips of his ears and his face turn slightly reddish in anger.
Ooh.
Aldwin.
Dion respects his righteous rage.
And to you, former king, I suggest your student will likely hear me say this as he looks around at each of the shadows. I would say get him under control, but I know you did not have the power to do such thing.
It's less control and more keeping him away from the person that's turning him into this.
Do what you need. Do what you need to do. I'll have no problem backing you up with whatever decision you decide to do about your student. This is not neither against him nor his ideals.
I know. Though I get the feeling that I'm fighting less against him and more against... Even kind of positive than fighting against fate.
Sheesh. Who does this guy have beef with?
I'll leave you be for now to get ready. I thank you all for coming to this meeting. I'm sorry for any trouble that I might have caused in my presence. I hope that we can continue to protect Leowyn as a whole, and I will take my leave now. He kind of like leaves the room like slightly less like calm than he was when he came in. And Duo kind of like says, "Well, that was fun," sarcastically.
Interesting.
We all have things to do, so we should probably go do it now. I'm gonna go, man. I'm gonna go see how the city's coming along with those watchtowers.
Okay.
Probably a good idea.
Duo leaves, and the mage just leaps in after, along with, and then the Scarves leader is kind of like, "Yeesh, I come to kill a few goblinoids, and everyone's gotta get touchy with their feelings. I swear." And then he starts walking out, leaving just you 9 in the room together.
The boys. Dion would suggest to Aldwin that perhaps we should keep an eye on the Shadow Boy, as he could potentially create additional problems down the road if he was to do something that he would come to regret later. So maybe some friendly advice and advisement would go a long way in keeping him from doing anything he would come to regret at a later date.
The thing is, there's something warming deep inside of him.
I think he may need more help than he has been offered, so.
You might not be wrong about that, Thrin says as he pops in. Yeah, sorry, just had to drop in after checking on him.
No worries. Welcome. Back, that is.
Yeah.
Alden will look over at the others. I apologize for me blowing my top off there. I did not mean to get that flustered.
Understandable.
It is only natural to be invested in one's morals and the world in which we all share as a home. If you were to not be emotional about the defense of what you believe is right, then that would lead to more questions than your current course of action. So nothing but respect from a fellow protector of the realm. So as long as what you think that you did was correct, we will all support you in your actions.
Alden will look over at Tate and then lean a little bit more and look out the door to where Whitney would be.
Oh, what's that? Oh, yeah.
Everything all right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was just getting a little too intense for me.
I apologize
And
about that.
It's okay. I just want you to know, Edwin, that I completely agree with you. I don't like people taking advantage of the dirt like that.
I apologize for being so angry. So,
Oh, you are very right.
If it's righteous anger, there's nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
Crusades have been started unless Thrin comments.
Alden will look at Terrence and, Carl, what's your character's name?
Seriously.
I apologize. Searson. Terrence, and Alden will look at Terrence and Searson, seeing what they think.
Cheers.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm a bit sleepy right now. What exactly is the situation?
Aldwin's apologizing for what happened.
Aldwin got much more angry than he should have, in his own opinion. So, he just wanted to apologize to everyone because he made the room so hot.
Well, I hope this doesn't lead to many long-term consequences.
Dion would ask Aldwin. He agreed with the fact that the dead should not be taken advantage of, especially if they're sapient. But he wanted to clarify Aldwin's objection with the binding and like the mechanics of that, like the issue that he had. Like, is the binding permanent? Is that the problem? That
You
Aldwin
shrugged.
had with the.
Alden will just shrug. Just more of the act itself
I see.
thing. Saren,
For your clarification.
what do you think?
About you getting angry and riled up over some misuse of the undead.
That and just that whole general conversation. And the student.
Magic, especially to the degree that knowing it is highly sensible, and those types of things really should just not exist.
Careful.
The fact that it does exist makes me very uncomfortable, and it is why I'm going with Whitney and Tate. You have to do some speakings with the Summer Queen, correct?
I thought I was going to the Vestibadons first, but
Yeah, the one with the Summer Queen, and I don't know.
They're friends with her.
Yeah.
I can make a detour to speak with her on the way there. But
up to you.
Then you should probably do that then.
Sure.
I appreciate your concern for me, but I am doing quite fine, thank you.
You're my friend. Even if it's not directly known or it may not be mutual, but if someone were to badmouth you, well, there'll be an arrow stuck beside their head, and me about ready to throw a punch at them.
I hardly call us friends. Why? You didn't even know my last name.
Oof.
Dion's going to slowly begin to approach as he states that we're all more than friends. We're family bonded in our effort to protect people of this realm.
Your ideals are beautiful, but please do not shove them in my face.
They are not to be shoved. They are simply shared by each member of this group.
Thrin's just gonna Thrin's just gonna say, "I'll wait outside," and proceeds to walk out the room.
No. Have a good day. And she walks off.
Thrin kind of just leans on his staff as he looks at all of you and he says, "Oh boy, we are in for some fun now, aren't we?"
We are quite the group.
This is where the fun is.
Let's go save a village and possibly a kingdom. Well, I guess the kingdom's going to save itself, but anyway, he then proceeds to walk down. As you guys all eventually leave the treehouse, the large treehouse, you find each of the three people that you'll be traveling with outside. Daryl seems to be speaking with Lyrian for a brief moment. The two having a private conversation. The both of them look grim as they're having it, and Thrin seems to be kind of like digging, circling his staff on the ground, kind of like making a flower bed as the staff like traces through the dirt. And Nerul seems to be sitting on one of the branches outside, waiting.
Dion would approach Theron and begin to inquire about his plant growth abilities because they interest him.
Well, I can't really do. I can summon a tree. I can mess with flowers somewhat, but it's nothing. But I haven't learned to control my powers yet. I'm the first druid of my kind. Thus, I don't really have much to look answers for.
Ah, I see. So your power is more of a natural ability then.
Oh no, I'm a Fey druid. It's
Ah,
it's a special type of druid. It's specific to the Feylands, and no one's ever seen it in so long. Thus, I'm on my own since I left home.
well, if you need any help from me, let me know. Happy to help. Though I may not be a ton of assistance, I have some abilities in the gardening area.
Well, I guess we'll see when we get. I guess we'll see then. He then taps his staff, and the roots kind of like grow out of the ground and form like this circular object that shines into a portal. Now,
Jeez.
to the Circle of Dreams. He looks at Kaladin and Dion.
I would guess so.
Let us go.
The three head through their portal. After Leowyn finishes the conversation with Daryl, you see the two of them hug for a brief moment, like give a tight hug to each other, and then Daryl walks off, and Leowyn walks over to his group. Sorry about that. I had to talk to an old friend. He's speaking to Searson, Tate, and Whitney in this regard.
Oh shit!
Okay.
What was the question?
You're good.
Hold on a moment.
He said, oh, sorry about that. I had to talk to a friend after giving a tight hug to Darrow and Darrow leaving. He walks over to you guys and says that.
Wait,
You're fine, man.
What was that, Whitney?
It's all good.
Wait, what did he ask?
He just simply said sorry about that after hugging Darrow and Darrow
I thought
leaving.
there was a question. Okay. It's not trouble.
Unfortunately, no magic works on me, so we're going to have to travel by foot, it seems.
Slow group?
Though I know the way.
Well, I could fly, but I don't want to leave the rest of you in the dust.
Sorry, Amos?
He just apologized for taking a bit after hugging Darrow. And then he said...
no, it's fine. I apologize for being harsh to my friends. She puts in loose quotations.
You're absolutely fine. We're going to have to travel by foot, of course, because no magic will work on me. Unfortunately, unless you'd like to, unless of course you'd like to. He motions to Nerul and says, "We could brave the corridors. I know the way through."
The question would be if Nerul is willing to do that with us.
He then looks down at his shadow for a brief moment and says, "Are you?" And you see Nerul stand up, and he comes out of Leowyn's shadow. He says, "Of course," and he says in a very monotone voice, "Of course, Master."
Come on, at least keep things to a simmer, all right?
He then simply snaps his fingers, and Leowyn's shadow turns into a portal. Shadow portal.
Hooray, shadow portal. Yay.
Not as cool as the plant portal.
What are you guys doing?
The plant portal.
He kind of like says, "And you're sure it's safe?" "Yes, it is most assuredly safe for you all." "Thank you, Nerul. It is no trouble at all." You see that Leowyn is slightly put off by Nerul's monotone voice as he stares at him before simply walking through the portal.
I would have preferred the walking, but
You'll have plenty of time to walk on the way back, he simply says.
Thank you, darling. Could you at least smile when you say that?
Terminator smile.
He simply just stares from him before he walks away.
Don't even get a smile. All right, I walk into the portal.
Tate, Whitney,
What?
you guys gonna walk through the portal?
Yeah, sure.
All right, the two of you walk through, and Nerul walks over to Aldwyn and Terrence and snaps. Your portal disappears. Another one forms from Aldwyn's shadow this time. Where to first? He's asking Aldwyn.
Where does the portal lead?
He's asking He's asking whether you guys want to go. He's asking where you guys want to go. He's assuming the hives, but
Oh, alright.
Aldwin.
So wait, are we gonna go to the Summer Queen this session or not?
That's what I'm wondering, because
Yeah, because I think I'm gonna be going in a bit.
would you like to save that for next session then?
Yeah, I think that'd be better.
All right, then Vespidon Hive it is.
Don't worry, Dion will attain ultimate power when you return.
Oh my goodness.
Alright, okay, I guess I'm gonna leave now then.
All right.
All right.
Guys.
Bye.
Peace be with you.
Night,
So
Norm.
Aldwin,
'Twas but an honor.
wait, Norm.
Really?
We need to all give him Terrence pets. We're gonna put a Terrence pet in the VC.
A Terrence what?
A Pat Terrence.
Like Pat as in PAT, like put your hand
Yeah,
on
There's a emote.
There's an emoji of that Terrence.
We need to make another chat for it.
Oh my goodness. I'm not making a chat for that. Anyway, what were you gonna say? Perry, do you want to go ahead and head to? Do you want to go ahead and head to the Vespidon Hive and then go see the Summer Queen afterwards?
I was about to say, so he doesn't have to go alone. Could I just have Ragus go with him?
Since it sounds okay, out of character here. It sounds like Norm wants to do Summer Queen.
He wants to do Summer Queen when he's here.
So, out of respect for his wishes, I will go to the Vespidons.
Alright. So, would you like to have Ragus come along with you, or would you prefer it to just be you, Terrence, and they rule?
Take the backup.
Ragus can come along if he wants to, but if he has a mood swing, he's being pushed out the room.
What mood swing?
Either way, if Ragus wants to come along, he can.
So, would you like to assume, Car, that Ragus comes with?
All right. Seriously, you could probably send him a message or something before he goes.
Or, and this is the more fun part, after you guys walk the portal, Ragus is in his shop, kind of like, it's kind of like closed currently still, and suddenly he feels a hand come out of the shadows and grab him by the collar and pull him through.
Good.
You're coming with whether you like it or not.
Basically.
This guy could work on his subtlety a little bit.
Okay, so, which of my, let me think about this. I'll have this, how about the Dreams group, followed by Shepherd's group, followed by Dreams group, followed by, actually no, wants to go first, actually.
Who wants to go first, yeah.
Dion will lead the charge.
Oh my goodness.
I have no problem being towards the end. I want to go use the restroom anyway.
Alright.
Okay, so it looks like the Dion group, followed by Dion and Kaladin, so the Dream Druids, followed by the Shepherd Druids, followed by the Vespid.
More like Dream Team, not Dream Druids.
Does that work for you guys, or?
Sure.
Sure. Okay, Rexy, while we do that, I'll send you memes.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so, starting off, as you guys walk through the wooden... Actually, give me a second real quick.
There.
Anyway, as you guys walk through the portal, you finally find yourselves in this dreamlike forest. And you notice that Thrin seems to be a lot more vibrant here. Like, his colors seem a lot more vibrant as he walks into the space. He says, the Feylands. Or a place affected by them.
It was a wondrous place.
Yeah. Dion will ask if he is positively affected by the natural energies of the Feywild.
Of course, I'm a high Eldrin after all. My people come from this place. We're not allowed to leave this place.
I see.
I sense some unhappiness with that part.
Have you ever been cooped up in a cage and you just wanted to go out and see the outside world?
Well, I lived on a ship for a lot of my life, so unfortunately my empathy on that point is mute, but I'm sure others in our group can share greater emotional ties with that sentiment. My friend.
6 years of my life. Meh. I'm happy to explore.
Same. That's why I left. And that's probably why she won't be happy. That's probably why she won't be happy to see me in a little bit.
She?
Who do you think the leader of this druid circle is?
Your mother.
Oh no, not the Mons.
No, she's a girl that I knew.
Oh, even worse. Explain.
There's nothing to explain. It's just that me and her both studied here under the last leader. Me to control my powers, which he did jack all to help with, and her to become the next leader of next leader of the druid circle. I left after I felt like I wasn't getting enough training, and she wasn't exactly happy about that.
Well, maybe this is your chance to apologize.
Something to apologize for. I followed my whims.
And or explain yourself. My fault. I didn't mean apologize as in did anything wrong, but sometimes, it's best to enter with a humble attitude. Not that you're not, but,
I'll walk in with a humble attitude when she checks her ego. Let's go. She says as he walks forward.
I see how this is about to go down.
Be careful with your mind, by the way. Reality can be shaped by your very dreams here.
Oh, fancy. Oh, I could remember my dreams.
Dion thinks of medical herbs as he continues along the path.
You see phantom medical herbs strewn across the field as you guys are walking through the forest. Every time you reach out,
as if they're illusions.
Every time you go up to pick one, it's gone.
Dang, that's mean.
Like I said, as I said, it's like when you see an oasis in the desert. If any of you have ever, do you guys even know what a desert is?
Only in the history books.
Well, yes, it's like
I know of the heat mirages at sea.
Yeah, that.
I know of the different how the light can be bent by mist in peculiar ways to form what appears to be things that are actually not.
Yeah, basically like that. He says as he keeps walking forward, kind of like moving out the way of some trees. It's the dream druids use it as a natural defense. They go into Oh yeah, by the way, just to let you know this, they might know you far more intimately than you might know yourselves. Just to warn you.
How so?
Seems like an opportunity for learning.
The circle of dream druids aren't just healers and the like. They go into people's dreams as well.
Ah, I see.
Well, that's interesting.
Yes, it's yes, they have a habit of doing that, and as a result, it'll be an interesting experience when you meet them and they recall some of your dreams from both younger years and now.
Oh, wonderful.
So I recommend not bringing up any dreams that you've had. It'd be better to not embarrass yourself.
Noted. Thank you for the information.
No, and then you start hearing giggling in the forest. Problem.
Boy.
Here come the Fae.
Well, let's get our Sylvan act together.
He speaks. You hear him speak in the high dialect of Sylvan and say, "We've come to speak with your leader." And then you hear the giggling gets louder before a swarm of sparkling dust seems to just fly around you guys. Oh yeah, pixies.
I guess I'll greet the pixies. Say hello.
We've never seen your kind before. Yeah, you're not elves, not fully, and you're not half elves either. At least not the human half. What are you all? They say. You just hear them echoing throughout your ears.
That's a nice introduction.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention pixies are very pushy.
I can see that, yeah. Yeah, not fully elf, not really human either. A mystery of the ages.
I am a paladin, Dion says.
No, religious people. We are not really here for religion. If you're here for that, then please just leave. We're not here for that. We're here to speak with the leader. I'm sorry. What leader would that be? B. Oh, you're gonna make me say her name, aren't you? Wonderful.
She who must not be named.
Dead on.
Veslia, come on. Stop the act. The pixies continue. You just hear snickering amongst all the pixies.
It's good to see at least some semblance of happiness here.
And the pixies the pixies' dust kind of like blinds you for a moment, and then suddenly you find yourselves in the middle of and near a giant tree with leaves that have been colored that you never thought leaves could be before.
Like,
where I want to live here.
Teleported there?
Like purple leaves, blue leaves, even like pure gold leaves.
Wow. Dion will go up to admire this unique plant life.
I wouldn't touch it if I were you. You hear a feminine voice call out from the mist.
Not touching.
A woman of the same race as Thrin comes out in a full druid garb with kind of like brushing some leaves out of her hair. Welcome, travelers, to the... Ow. Thrin? Veslia! Hi. Anyway, travelers, how can I help you?
Well, we've come to, speak with you, as you see right now.
About?
We have a problem.
Oh, if you'd like me to cure you of your half-dampier blood, I can be sure to do that for you. Continue.
Oh, no need.
Cure you of your what?
Of
our dampier blood.
Yeah, vampire blood, basically, because you're half vampire.
Yeah.
Right, but cure as in, like, make us full elf?
No, as in make you a half elf not a dampier.
Ah, so like turn the vampire half into human.
Basically, or basically negate the undead half.
Gotcha. I will politely decline that offer.
And my sister may think on that, but I won't. But thank you for the offer.
Would you like me to be an oracle of your dreams then?
No need for that.
Time, but again, thank you for the offer.
My dreams are unseen. I don't remember them at the very least.
She kind of pounced for a moment. She kind of pounced for a moment before leaning on her staff, much the same way Thrin does. Then what do you want? You already brought a guy that I don't like here. What exactly can I do for you?
Well, we'd like your help with a matter that threatens our village, you could say.
Mutual interest.
And
yes.
You came to the dreams rather than the land. Okay.
Yes.
What exactly do you need help with?
Well, we would like to ask for your support or your aid in tackling this goblinoid threat.
And why exactly should I help?
To protect the innocence of this.
All right, just saying, I don't think she really cares about the innocent or anything else like that.
As you say that, she kind of just says, fair point, but still. My people, while I didn't want to separate, the druids of the dream certainly did. Going to have to do a lot more than that to convince all of us.
Well,
hey, Thrin, what do you suggest?
You guys talk.
Any hints?
No. I haven't seen her in decades.
Alright, we're off to a wonderful start. Can I roll insight or something to see if I could come up with any ideas or something?
Go ahead.
Alright. Please don't screw me over here.
You'll have a +5, remember that.
Oh shit. That's right. Alright, 21.
Good job.
Wait, no, 22. Sorry.
Because she looks like she doesn't. While she does have, well, you seem annoyed that Thren's here. She does still seem to have some affection for him, from what you can tell. But on top of that, for the most part, the most that you can probably gather is that she wants to make. She's willing to help your people just because out of the kindness of her heart. But she wants to make sure that she won't be alone in this.
Well,
Speak of other.
you're not the only. You're not the only, I guess I would say, faction that my associate that we're speaking to.
Who else?
Well, in the future, once another group is going to speak with the Summer Queen.
And then she kind of like perks up at that.
Yeah, along with a Vespidon Hive and few other circles of druids, I think it. And yeah, so you wouldn't be alone in this, to say the least.
And what would you have us do? We're healers and dreamweavers. We're not warriors.
Well, any help is appreciated, especially healing, and with the dreamweaving portion, that could be put to use potentially.
She's gonna roll insight on that.
Well, I'm not lying or anything.
No, what is your... But I know you have a meaning to that, so what's the meaning?
Well, like...
The illusions are just...
So she can weave... So... She and her people can weave dreams, yes?
Yes, she can go into the minds of people's dreams.
Alright, can they influence the dreams?
In what way?
Well, make them... I guess you could say... Give them nightmares so they can lose sleep and are less effective in battle, or maybe sow seeds of doubt in what they're doing, or like give false promises from someone they're following, something like that.
So is that what your meaning is for this? I just want to be clear.
Well, in terms of the dream weaving,
weaponize
and also in terms of our own people, like I guess give us. Like we could have like better dreams to help with morale.
Yeah, Gabe, use it to comfort the civilians. That way it's like
it can be used to
altruistic.
It can be used to comfort and soothe our people while rioting the minds of the goblinoids.
How about doing it wrong?
I will not weaponize my dreams to be used in war, but we would be willing to simply ease the minds of people who are having nightmares. We will not be part of your war.
That is acceptable. That is perfectly acceptable.
Well, persuasion
is appreciated.
All right, persuasion. Give me something good. That is all right. So. Persuasion on my part is +6. So that would be 26.
Nice job, Gabe.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, then. If you can get the other... we'll join you. And if you can get the other druids on your side, we'll be happy to make sure that things stay calm between the two of them, since we know that druid circles don't exactly get along these days.
Oh, we know. So we've heard.
And she immediately throws up her staff and puts it at your throat. Should I get any wind of any ulterior motives, I will not hesitate to make sure that you beg for mercy. Is that clear? She gives a smile.
And Kaladin will just have a calm face. Like, this isn't the first time he stared death in the face.
This is the first time that can actually happen in a split second.
Yeah. Well, perfectly understood. Thank you for your consideration.
Dion would add in that he would ensure that the means of their people were only used to better the lives of everyone and not simply to harm a single faction for the interest of a few.
Thrin says, "Oh, thank God," for a moment as he puts the staff away. All right, then. And then she kind of just says, "All right, then I will let my people accept your deal for the time being."
We thank you for your cooperation, and
Yes.
we promise that we will do our best to ensure that your people are protected as with the civilians of the Rim.
We don't need your protection, as it were. We could annihilate the goblin all on our own, but we choose not to because they aren't a threat to us, nor to nature, nor to the Fae. Thus, just to let you know, if we do find that your side will lose, we won't hesitate to make sure that the people who are injured are healed, but we will leave. Of course you will. You're always out to save your own necks. Well, that's what you did when you left, wasn't it? Touche. Touche, Casso. Touche.
I would inquire about her people's healing abilities and if she might be willing to allow me to gain some insight from the medical wisdom that they've gained through their experience with the Fae.
It'd be more specific to a druid of the Circle of Dreams is what their teachings mainly go around.
Fair enough.
And then she says, "So, I assume that all of you will be leaving." And Thrin kind of looks at you two and says, "Do you guys need me to go back?"
Well, I guess if negotiations have
Stay here
succeeded,
until we've ensured their cooperation.
yeah. Are you capable of? I guess. What was it? What was it? Basically, talking with your fellow apprentice or your master, like in any way, shape, or form, like telepathy or something like that.
I'd have to stay here and talk to them, unfortunately, if you wanted me to speak to them, but I could transport you two back, if that was the case.
I think it would be best if
I'd like to ask the leader of the circle,
Reslia?
I'd like to ask her if she has if she would have any methods of knowing about other circles or the Summer Queen except like offering aid, or would we have to come back and tell her?
Well, I'd most likely hear about it when I come there, but...
Alright.
But
just wanted to double check. Well, thank you for the aid that you will be giving us.
It's no trouble at all. Thrin makes the portal again as he's just staring at her.
Maybe you two could sort out your differences in the future. As I mutter under my breath.
I was about to say, because he was about to push you through that portal as soon as you said that.
That's like, all right, our job is done here. We'll
thanks,
hear
sir.
from the others.
Thanks, sir. Bows and then enters the portal behind Paladin.
That was a woman.
I bid you good day.
That was a woman, Dion, but noted. Thrin kind of looks at her for a moment before following you guys through.
All right then.
And
well, we have the dreams.
Yep. All right.
Racism destroyed. Well done.
Well, this is one of the lesser racist circles. It's one of the other some of the other circles that are the CEOs of racism.
Racism? What?
I see.
Yeah.
Well, we've done our part.
Yeah.
Thanks to Gabe's charisma score.
Well, also you reminded me of saying that, we need to also say that, like, they'll be used as soothing.
Yeah.
For our side, because if I didn't say that, she probably wouldn't have agreed.
I would have given you disadvantage on that persuasion check.
Disadvantage, okay.
Normally people respond well to altruisms.
And would have raised the DC potentially, but
What was the DC?
I'm not telling you.
All that? Oh, fine.
That's Dion's negotiation.
It was somewhere between 10 and 30.
It's a win-win for everyone.
Good to know.
Alright, next up is the Shepherd group, but we're currently missing 2 of our Shepherd group people.
Boy.
Are we planning to go to 12? Is that the
I haven't.
like around the time?
I'm here.
I know you're here, Cookie. But Roxy and Car are both.
Okay.
Am I at this current moment? Unless you want to do a scene. Unless you want to do something with Leowyn while we're waiting.
No.
All right.
If we're teleported back to town, we could perhaps explore who fixed Dion's garden for him. If that's worth doing.
I would say roll investigation on that for whoever would help with that.
All right. Because he's trying to find out to thank them, not exactly find out to hunt them down or anything crazy like that. So it's more of an appreciation type. All right, I will roll investigation. Let's see. What do I have? Investigation. That would be a 22.
Right. You would discover that it is in fact a. It is a awakened. It is an awakened plant that is looking after the garden.
Oh.
It lives there, so it takes care of the garden around it.
I see. I awakened as in it now has a sapient consciousness residing within itself.
Basically, it's not super intelligent. It's the level of an awakened shrub, which isn't much.
The awakened shrub.
As in, can it communicate or no?
No, it can only understand.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd go up to it and thank him for looking after the garden while I was away and pour some water on it.
Makes sense.
Yep. That's about what I got on that. And I'd tell him that to keep up the good work, and he'd be saving both plants and people if he can, tend to the medical herbs.
Oh, it knows. Oh, yeah, I can't speak it. He would respond with okay.
He is a hero of the realm. Serving in his own way.
Tate.
Yeah.
This is Lillian speaking. I happen to notice you are a dragonfarer, correct?
I am.
Did you come from across western Takira, perchance? I don't see your kind over here that often.
Hello? I'm back.
Cool.
Sorry I had to go for a bit.
You're good. Tate?
What happened?
I'm speaking with somebody.
I'm sorry.
There you go. Saying you're muted.
No, I was waiting for you to continue.
Yeah, what did I say? Yes, I came from over there. Why you ask?
You've traveled a far way, though. It seems that plenty of your members of your group have traveled a long way. Searson, Whitney, and you as well. I suppose that makes you three stand out the most in that case. You're all, although I guess you're like me and you aren't a native of this place in that case.
As long as no one stares at us, we'll be fine.
True, though. The druids usually don't care that much, unless you don't care that much about what race you are. It's more the Fae that care.
Why are they assholes about it?
Oh no. You know this. You've heard the story about the split of the Elven Pantheon, right? The Great Betrayal.
Kind of.
Well, basically, the elves had a part to play in that betrayal. It was us. It was some of us that convinced the Web Mother to corrupt the chained king and turn him against the All Mother. In part, our diaspora across Acria is our own fault. We left the Feyland. We did it because we wanted to leave the Feyland, and the All Mother wouldn't leave us. And as such, the Fae have hated us ever since for it.
Typical.
Yes, religion. Yes, our own god. They hate us because we split our gods between each other.
But you guys have gotten by though, right?
Yes, we have. We still funnily enough, we still worship the All Mother. Even she doesn't let us back into our home, but she still cares for us. Hopes that one day we can redeem ourselves. Though I don't understand how she wants us to redeem ourselves. Though I can never understand the method of gods.
Neither can I, buddy.
It's a funny thing, isn't it? They live amongst us. They walk amongst us. We can't even understand them. Though, that's sort of the opposite of how the Tikriel gods seem to be, he says as he looks at Searson. After all, aren't the Tikriel gods supposedly Tikriels that ascended to godhood?
Yes. They could be anyone, and they still continue each and every day. Could be any one of us that can become a god next. So long as we achieve such greatness.
Yawn.
Interesting. The fact that the Tikriels created their own religion through being smart enough always astounded me. I guess it's where my ambition came from in a way.
Oh. No, I'm sorry. Who's talking again?
Leowyn.
Leowyn, thank you. Oh, I see.
So, my path took a drastically different turn.
Yes, it led you here. Why did you choose Hanukkah? Excuse me, I think I can answer that myself. Why you chose to stay here in Hanuk after all this time?
I have family here on top of that. My daughter, my wife, and my brother all reside in the kingdom.
Lucky you. Family still alive.
They're the last of my family, as it were.
But you tain't. Wait, you're not a huge fan of your family either, aren't you?
Well, one of them hates me right now, so no.
What about Whitney?
Whitney's not here currently.
Oh, God! No! Ah, rip. Damn. This is what happens when I leave and come back.
Leowyn kind of thinks about it for a moment. He says, "Susan, you have a problem with mages, don't you? Or some uncontrolled magic, as it were."
What makes you say that?
You prefer... Well... Well, during my conversation about my plans...
Who's talking shit?
After I talked about my plans for the realm, you left clearly uncomfortable, for one. And second, with Nerul's whole outburst, you also showed clear signs that you weren't a fan of that as well. Both times being a time when mages did something when they weren't being controlled, when they weren't being kept in check. I mean, it's a valid point. Even I supported it at one point. Even I supported that. I still do, but in a different way. And I was just curious.
Well, if it partakes your fancy, I don't like it when someone sprouts a tree in the middle of nowhere.
Yes, I've already recommended a thread about that, but he did that simply to make a home for he and his family as he sees it.
The problem with it is not the fact that he did it, or the problem of fact is not that he did it like that, but the fact that he can do it. What if he decides to one day sprout a tree in the middle of a city, kill thousands of people? cause the entire city to crumble and fall to the ground. All because he wants to.
Does not apply to anyone, though. The only difference being is that a mage has the... He's a druid. I mean, anyone could have the power to do it if they had reverence to nature.
Yes, but it's why I like something you don't.
Mages... I have no problem with the Mages Guild. I just have a problem with their punishments.
Yes, well, without any strict punishments, you guys would not be well kept in check. There are many ways to keep people in check, even if fear is one of them.
Yes, indeed. I suppose that my fate is indeed a matter of causing fear, though the fact that
I'm here.
Hey, though the fact that no one wants to talk about my fate says something to me.
How about we both agree on something? I agree that your voice should be heard. So long as you agree that their punishments should be allowed.
Oh yes, I just don't want people's magic to be taken away from them, even especially since the mages go to restrict who can learn it enough as is.
You had to walk the dog.
That's fine.
Rip.
But referring to our previous conversation, Whitney,
Yes?
do you have family?
Yes. I'm an only child, but my parents are still alive.
Do they live in Ditz?
Dion cried.
My headphones unplugged. Did you say they live in Ditz?
Yeah, do they live in Ditz?
Yeah, they do.
Ah, wonderful.
Why do you need to know?
Oh no, I only asked because the others were speaking about their family. Tate apparently has a sister that dislikes him, and I don't think that Circin has brought up her family at all, but that's her own choice on the matter, and I have family in Hanak, so... As you guys are walking through the forest, there's essentially rustlings in the bushes as Leowyn's kind of leading the way. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then this large owl bear just seems to come out of the forest and land right in front of you guys. Dun-dun! And you see Leowyn just kind of like just nonchalantly just walk up to it and just pet it, and it immediately reciprocates in time, like rubbing its head against his pets. Ah yes, we're in the right place, he says. He looks back at you all.
That's very adorable. Please don't bring that thing near me.
I was about to say, you're welcome to come pet it if you want. It's not a fan of strangers.
What is this again?
It's an owl bear. A docile one.
An owl bear?
Yes.
It's a bear.
Hold
but
up.
Also an owl.
Let me show you a picture of an owl bear, then you'll understand.
Have you never seen an owl bear?
No, I'm not that cultured.
Welcome.
What zoo are you guys going to? I haven't seen one either.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Have
guys.
you never had one in one of your games, Keith?
Nope. We've never had an owl bear in any of my games.
Well, shit.
Oh. I'm a pet it.
I'll hug you.
It kind of rubs up against you guys. You pet and hug it.
I love them.
Yes, one of the few owlbear we were able to docile, fortunately. Though it doesn't help that they were horribly mistreated by the mages that made them.
Does he have a name?
I'm not sure if you can keep him. You'll have to ask the circle about that. I believe his name was Bruno, right? He says he kind of puts his hands on both the owlbear cheeks, and the owlbear kind of like bonks his head on Leowyn. Yep, that was his name.
Bruno. So fluffy.
Kate doesn't say it, but he has the strong urge to love this owl bear and protect it. So he's just like, oh my god.
Let me see if I can find. Did I never write down? Did I really never write down? Okay, here we go. And then he asked, "Is Luke?" He asked he asked Owlbear, "Is Luca around?" Owlbear seems to just like give up this what it seems to be a cross between a caw, between a hoot and a growl, and then proceeds to turn around and start walking.
Hoot growl.
Bro.
I guess we better follow him as he leads you guys into the forest.
If I don't get to ride
following.
out there during this campaign, there will be problems.
Oh my goodness.
Same.
Okay, this beautiful creature does not deserve a collar, but something should be adorning him, and I don't know what. Maybe a saddle?
A very colorful leaf.
A leaf. A leaf?
Shoes.
It's like a Pikmin.
Bruno seems to try and nudge Lillian and like says and like gives a growl again, and Lillian like looks at it. He says, "I can't understand you anymore. Sorry."
The Horatio in me wants to slap a flower crown on him.
Sorry,
Do it.
sorry, Bruno. I can't understand you anymore. Unfortunately.
It's okay. It just means you're like us.
Just like, well, not like you two. He looks at Whitney and Tate. I don't think I could ever be like a weaver.
All right, hold on.
But like me?
Yes. After all, you do have a tactical mind. It does remind me a bit. You do have a strategical mind in a way, Searson. It does remind me a bit of myself. No, not on the level as my other strategists. Except in terms of me, anyway. You might match them.
Thank you. But right now, this tactical mind just thinks that is one very adorable owlbear.
Yes, the shepherd druids do their best to keep the animals docile, so that way they don't cause that much trouble.
I'm still keeping my distance.
Yes, that's fine. It's all right. It takes a while for people to get used to them. That's why we never let them out of this. That's why they never let them out of this forest anyway. Much like the dragon swords that they used to have.
Tate, on the other hand, seems to really like that. What's the difference?
It's like, though the dragon swords, on the other hand, they have moved further west.
What?
Half dragon, half dinosaurs. You never heard of them?
Tate?
Have you ever heard of half dragon, half dinosaurs?
No, what the fuck is that?
Those are a thing. Back over in the lands of dragons, and they've started to, and out of there too. There are people. Some strange dragon cultists decided to splice dragon eggs with dinosaur eggs, and thus made half dragon, half dinosaur hybrids. Like, for example, there's a red Tyrannosaurus Rex, for example, that can breathe fire.
So are they called?
That sounds horribly cursed.
Are they called Dragosaurs, or do they have a different name?
They call them dragon dinosaurs, but I just call them dragonsaurs.
Yeah, because like the first one's not creative at all.
Yeah.
Dragons.
Actually, wait, what is the name? Give me a second, because they're actually in this monster manual that I have, and I'm wondering what they're actually called. Give me a second.
Dragonborn
figures that one out. Let's all give them names.
The dragon race just rolls a 20 on charisma.
Please, no. Ugh.
What's it called?
Dynagons.
Dynagons.
Oh my goodness.
Megazords.
Because I showed Perry. Okay, in the monster manual, they're called half-dragon dinosaurs. Yeah, nah, I'm calling them dragonsaurs.
Dragosaurs.
Dragosaurus Rag.
I say like Dragos. Dragosaur.
But yes, there's a half black dragon Begaceratops. There's a half green dragon Megaraptor. There's even a half red dragon Allosaurus. Nature is strange, but it's rather commendable how different things can be formed by just taking two things and putting them together. I suppose that's much like us people in a way. After all, there are theories that Dragonfairy were born from a union of Firebrand and humans, though no one can confirm that.
We saw someone fuck the firebrand.
Basically, I've seen people who are very, very attracted to dragon people. So, yes.
Whitney.
What?
That wasn't even what I was going for, but okay.
What?
He called you out for saying that you're attracted to dragon people.
Who's to say that dragons are the ones that are being attracted to us?
That's also a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Though,
Hide his face after that.
I'm going with the theory that all dragons are just incredibly horny.
No.
the chromatic ones are unfortunately more likely to split you, are more likely to eat you than talk to you, which is the only problem.
They would rather eat.
Yes, true.
Particularly though the black ones like to torture. That's the reason why I never liked seeing them around.
Like what?
Black dragons, they're the most evil of the chromatic dragons. They like to torture and maim and sadistically hurt their captives. And then he looks, he's ready to say something, but he immediately just says, "Never mind."
Sounds like you speak from experience, but feel free to tell that on your own volition.
I will say that the last thing that I'll say is that the only way the Mages Guild were able to convince me to cast a witch spell on myself was by breaking my mind through torture. And that's all he says on the matter as he keeps walking forward. He's kind of like petting Bruno.
Susan offers her hand to him.
He takes the hand. Wait, who? Bruno or Lyrian is my question.
Lyrian. I can't really hold Bruno.
I guess he'll take it. He's like not emotionally. He'll take it as you guys keep walking through the forest, and
I want to sit on Bruno's back.
And eventually you guys arrive at a large white tree, with white leaves, where there's a herd of spectacular animals all scurrying around it with what appears to be druids taking care of them.
She's like clapping and like popping up and down.
The druids immediately notice you, and all of them stand at attention with what appears to be a dark elf walking in front. Hold, who are you all? And why do you have... Wait, Bruno, do you know... He says, Bruno, do you know them? You hear a growl in response. Ah. Okay. Bruno growled, and then the dark elf looks up at you all. Huh. Okay. My name is Luca. I'm the leader of the Circle of Shepherds here in the region. Who are you all?
I think the one that... Oh, yeah, go on. I think the one that knows Bruno should go first, just in my opinion.
My name is Leowyn. I knew the Circle of Shepherds, Druids, and Bruno at a time. I've never heard your name. That's because my real one is gone. Maybe you know me by my title, the Sorcerer King. Ah, we thought that you had died. Yes, so had many other people, but that's who I am. These are my associates. I'll let them introduce themselves.
She does a little curtsy. I am Susan Rose Hannock. And that's just all that needs to know. Guild Inspector of the land, although we are here on different matters.
Luca looks at Whitney and Tate.
I'm Tate. Saffron, nice to meet you.
Whitney also does a little curtsy, and she says, Bonjour, my name is Whitney Crempete.
What has brought you all to our forest? Do you have animals that need to be kept under guard?
Well, we are more worried that there is a threat to those animals in the form of a goblin tribe or goblin force army. And we were wondering if you would aid us against it.
He thinks for a moment. Once again. What would you have need of us for?
Well, we would just need more people to aid, is all. We feel that the leader of this goblin group is practiced in dunamancy, and any knowledge on the arcane would be very useful.
You see him tighten his hold on his staff as he hears that, and as a result, Leowyn kind of like backs up a bit to let you guys take center stage. Yes. We are more based on divine magic, but we do know matters of the arcane when hunters and the like to speak out of turn and cause damage to the forest.
Tell me, what is your current...
See that again? I cut out there.
What is your current relationship with the goblins?
If they're a traveling army, we dislike armies because they tend to hunt creatures more and more to feed themselves, and as a result, bring species closer to extinction. We are not a fan of that. As 40 years ago, the same thing almost happened before, though not to an extreme degree. He looks at Leowyn for that. Though you did keep that in check, but it was still a problem. Sorry about that.
We fear that the goblins are taking their resources by farms, and these farms have had to resort to other measures to get their food.
And thus they will hunt.
Most likely through hunting, yes.
Wonderful. If that's... And what would you like us to do? We are shepherds.
Cut out.
I know. We are shepherds. We are shepherds. We have totems. We can summon creatures to fight for us, but what exactly would you need of us besides dealing with dunamancies?
Ideally, we'd like for you to fight with us against these goblins. We'd like to return to a state of farming, and that simply cannot happen while these farms are being ravaged by the goblin.
I will agree, but only if you also agree to make sure that your cities do not expand farther than they need to. I know, judging by the fact that you're here, I'd say you have some say in politics. Humor me. You exist, thus you can have some say. So use that to make sure that these cities do not overstep their bounds. Do that, and and the shepherds, and you will have the support of the shepherds. I've been trying to avoid that, actually. You hear Leowyn mutter.
If you wish, you may also speak to the mayor of our town.
That'll work, I suppose.
Do you wish to come with?
Yes, I will, and speak with your mayor just to make sure that the arrangements are properly met. I'll have my second stay behind to watch over the circle while I am gone. And do not try anything, please. We shepherds might be peaceful, but we do know ways of war.
I have no intention of doing anything. I'm just looking for friends. We are just looking for people to call friends. She extends her hand, open for agreement.
Roll persuasion.
Oh, I was about to say, I just not.
Someone rolls persuasion. I don't.
Who has a good persuasion?
Whitney!
What's happening?
Why don't both of you roll persuasion?
Okay.
Give the +5.
Why don't both of you, since both of you have a high persuasion?
Oh wait, I have.
Wait,
Yeah, I have.
do I add +5 to my normal modifier?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So persuasion.
So far, no one's.
Persuasion is 0.
So +10.
Woo!
25.
Yay.
Hey, Tate, you want to add on to that at all, or?
I mean, can I? Sure,
Yes.
got a 25.
I mean, you can.
I mean, go ahead.
I mean, I don't want to overdo it though. 25 is good enough.
Okay, I'm in.
Okay, hold up. Let me look at my notes real quick. What was there?
It's 15.
Okay. You are okay. So you were both able to convince him. All three of you were able to convince him as he takes Searson's hand and says, "Agreed. I suppose we better head back to your town then." He says, as he's getting ready to stamp down his staff, and he says, Leowyn says, "That won't work on me. I suppose we'll walk then."
Walking's nice.
He polymorphs into a hawk and kind of like lands on Leowyn's shoulder as you guys. I mean, not polymorphs. Wild turns into a hawk and lands on Leowyn's shoulder as you guys prepare to leave. And Bruno kind of like looks up at you guys, and then one of the druids says, "Go," and Bruno kind of like follows you guys out the forest.
Yes.
You now have a pet owl bear called Bruno that's under my control.
That's adorable.
He's the Waddles to my Mabel.
Oh no wait. He's the Fergus. He's the new Fergus.
Get it?
He's the new first.
Which is funny because Ellison has a rust bag of tricks, so you could actually get Fergus back if she pulled from it.
Nah, owlbear's way better than a giant goat.
So are we like walking out right now?
Yeah.
I kind of want to do something.
Go ahead.
Did you describe what the forest looks like, or no?
It's a forest with pure white leaves.
Ooh.
Damn, pure white.
Mm-hmm. That's a symbol of the circle of the shepherd, since they represent the purity of nature as they protect endangered species that can't protect them. They protect species that can't protect themselves.
Okay, so is it like hard to navigate through, or is it easy? I mean, it doesn't really matter what I'm about to do, but I just want to know.
Thanks to Leowyn and the owlbear, you guys are gonna get out pretty easily.
Nice. Okay, this is gonna be corny. So he like looks over at Whitney, and he kind of like rubs the back of his neck first thing. Are you okay? Do you need any help navigating through the forest?
Okay, that's very easy.
Well, then he kind of like moves a bit closer to her and like holds out his hand, but I mean, still, you could use some extra help if you want.
And she takes his hand.
Okay, so then he like looks over and kind of blushes a little bit. Okay, cool. But that's
She
it.
smiles back at him.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I want to do.
Aww.
That was highly holding hands. That's illegal.
says the person that
is currently holding hands.
Yeah, with Leowyn.
Sid. It's a Sid.
Sin.
Oh my god, that was so cute though. I love that.
No, he can't be Gabe. I was gonna demonstrate it to you guys, but
Also, Trevor Fergus is just this like companion that I had back in this other campaign, and he was. I loved him. I played a Tabaxi in that game. That was fun.
Tabaxi Bard on top of that.
Yeah, Tabaxi Bard with a Scottish accent that I actually did good.
Very good.
All right. There's nothing that Dion needs to do. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wholesome.
With that, would you guys like to do anything else?
It's up to y'all if you wish to talk of anything else.
I mean, Leowyn will be happy to speak to you guys some more if you want, but
I think I'm all good. Unless you want to do something, Cookie.
No, I'm good.
Searson and Tate will fly together one day.
Yeah, I know. I was about to
One day
ask about that too. I was like, we're gonna fly.
I was low-key expecting you to just fly with Whitney, and then I just got like super jealous and started holding Lyran more. God damn it, Sorcerer King, you have magic in there somewhere. I know you can make me fly.
He's literally they took it away from him, man. Anyway, switching over to our third and final group then. Terrence, Ragus, Aldwin, and Nerul. You guys pop out of the corridors of darkness in the middle in a forest, and you hear bees buzzing all above you.
Bees.
Alden will slowly look up towards the noise.
Neil will kind of pat your shoulder and says, "They won't harm you. The Leshu Vespidon keep their bees from harming other people. They even turned wasps and hornets docile."
What a mad lad.
Niran, correct?
Nerul.
Last time I checked, bees are friendly, but murder hornets aren't.
He proceeds to walk over to one of the hornets' nests and lays his hand out in front of it, and you just see a bunch of wasps, a bunch of murder hornets just land all over his arm, but they just walk around on it and then fly off.
That's not weird at all. Anyways, why am I here?
We need your... Alright, good night, Trevor.
Hey, Trevor.
Good night.
Bye, Trevor.
We're here because we need to go speak to the Leshu Vespidon Hive about aiding the town of Leowyn. That was the agreed upon plan, and we decided to bring you along because it doesn't out of character, doesn't Ragus have a good charisma?
No.
Oh. Yeah.
He has slightly better charisma than Searson.
Which is?
Nope, I take that back. He has slightly worse charisma than Searson.
What is his charisma?
7.
We brought you along just because you're one of the more capable fighters, and we wouldn't want to rely just on myself and Aldwin just in case something happens.
Ah, that's good news.
Also, you're a merchant, and these people love merchants.
Oh, even better news.
If anything else, they can be buttered up with a good trade deal.
Yes, I'm sure you all will be good at that, he says as he walks forward.
Alden will adjust his moon bow and follow behind him.
Terrence will follow as well.
So, Ragus.
So as you guys are walking through the forest, not much is going on currently. You just keep hearing the buzzing of the 3 different types of bugs up all around you and flying in front of you and stuff like that. Nerul isn't reacting much to it. He's just walking through them as if it's nothing, and Terrence is kind of trying not to act scared so he doesn't set them off.
At this point, Aldwin fishes out pieces of cotton and jams it into his ear. That's better.
You see Nero kind of like stick his finger into one of the hives, pull it out, and just with a bit of honey on his finger, and he just not bad. Theron would love some of that.
I don't think I have a spare jar.
It's nothing to worry about. I'll bring him here later. You notice he's gotten a lot more docile after he went through the corridors of shadows, as if it's calmed him down somehow.
You feeling all right?
Yes, going through my home helps calm matters a bit.
All right. I apologize for sparking that little spat earlier.
All right, it was more my vengeance against the undead that was more of the issue there. After all, the chosen of the Shadowbringer can't exactly be seen consorting with them often. She hates them with a passion.
So I guess she's your patron in a way, or am I wrong in that regard?
He looks back at you for a brief moment. My mother, he says as he keeps walking.
Oh.
She crafted my soul from the Shadowfell. From the corridor, from her home, deep within the corridors. I'm one of the only people that were crafted from it. The other two being the Shadowbringer and then he points up at one of the moons that you can see.
Well then, if I have any questions about the darkness that lurked within the shadows, I will certainly come to you.
It'd be best, though people not trudging around there in the first place would be more enjoyable.
That's fair.
I'm surprised none of you none of you tried to offer to weaponize the corridors of darkness. I'd assume some of you would. He looks back at you all.
Yeah, don't look at me. I got my potions for that.
I've heard a handful of rumors about the corridors of darkness, and individuals that traverse those are often rather protective of those areas.
Yes, the Shadowbringer's servants are often protective of them. It's the reason why we don't see many. It's the reason why you don't see many of the. What do you people call them? Hexblade warlocks, as it were?
I believe so.
Yes, people try to keep that sort of thing hidden. They've been taking to killing Hexblade warlocks that they view as dangerously spreading too much information.
All right, that's fair.
Such as that tiefling that recently joined us.
You know anything about? I don't want to sound disrespectful, but a tiefling? By chance?
What would you like to know about them?
Heritage, what they're generally like, or how they treated by others.
Well, this is technically secret information that the Mages Guild would like to keep under wraps, but I hate them with a burning passion, so I'll definitely tell you. He says with a smile on his face.
Alden readjusts the cotton. I am all ears.
That's the first time you've actually heard him laugh. The tieflings are the spawn of mortals, particularly humans, and a species of otherworldly beings that the Mages Guild refer to as fiends, particularly a subset of fiends known as devils.
Alrighty.
Supposedly the devils reside in a place known as the Nine Hells, but they keep that close to their chests. Supposedly the mages have made an expedition down to that place, but I don't know where it is, and nor do I want to find out.
Just to speak openly because I can. would not surprise me that the given how dangerous the Feywild can be, even to people who, even when the Feywild is friendly to others. Not mean to speak ill of the Summer Queen. It's just the way things are. An expedition going into an unknown place known as the Nine Hells ain't gonna go too well unless you have business to do there.
Certainly, especially since supposedly it's one of the many afterlives we have.
That's fair.
But apparently they were able to breach the ninth hell and discovered something far worse. Whatever it is, I don't know. My master never told me that, and he doesn't seem keen to. Whatever it is, it was part of the reason what spurred him on his path to conquer the land.
You heard about what was potentially to come.
Yeah. Whatever it is, it's find him so, and whatever it is, it's spawned the Shadowbringer's interest in me and creation in me, and also the appearance of another figure that I'm not happy to see.
Should we be aware of this other being, or is it the affairs of you and your mother?
You'll know you've already met him once, he says. He looks back at you. From what I remember, you saw him in the Arcane Library.
Oh, the Knowledge Seeker.
No.
Correct.
The Shadow Elf who was the Shadow Elf that was with the future version of Thren.
Oh.
And that's when you notice the distinct similarity between Nerul and the Shadow Elf that you saw in the Arcane Library.
You are very fortunate that I am aware of how powerful otherworldly beings can be. So I'm not going to try to do anything to you in that regard.
He looks at you and he says, I already tried that. It didn't work. He has one goal in mind, and that's focused and that's centered on me. As he keeps walking ahead, he wants to make sure that I turn into him.
And basically you're fighting against destiny?
Trying and failing every step of the way. Your arrival at my master's cottage made sure of that. The first step in what will be what he calls my ascension, and what I like to call my fall.
Just because we arrive doesn't mean that's going to happen. We could still arrive, and you could still be a different person.
Not if he's always watching me and guiding my movements, or forcing me to take certain actions.
He kind of leans in. Is he watching you now?
Yes, he says. He's as he looks between the shadows. He's always watching and always making. In fact, you remember when you heard about that blockade run on your capital of Hanak that was destroyed under the gaze of two purple moons? Who do you think did it? My future self is willing to sacrifice everything and everyone to make sure that I become him. That's not something you can fight against and win. Not from what I've seen. All I can do is just accept what time I have left.
I think there's a way to buck it.
If there is, he might already know and counter it. You notice the shadows it's getting colder now as he says that, as basically the dread of what's to come is like affecting his mood and the mood of the shadows around him.
Alduin will slap him on the back. Hey, don't think of that. Don't think like that. Alright? deep breath. You can handle this.
We'll see now, won't we?
I don't know a whole lot about the Vespidons, outside of them being giant wasp people, correct?
As I've heard Thren say several times, I believe the exact words were big wasp people. Let's go with that, big. And as he likes to say, well endowed.
Andraste, pretty much.
Alduin, like, halfway starts to tilt his head until Ragus says, kind of like Andraste. Oh. Oh. They're all like that.
Except the male drones, of course. They're just the runts of the group.
Of course.
Speaking of which, there's about 10 circling around us at this very moment. They've been following us for like the past 5 minutes, I want to say. Just act natural, just act natural. They do this to all out. They do this because we're nearing their hive. Just start slowing down.
Alden will look up towards the trees in the sky, see if he can catch a glimpse.
You hear the buzzing sound get louder as you see like some stocky people like glide between branches before finally you guys come to a stop and you are surrounded by 10 male drones that all have bows aimed at you.
Hey, we're here trading, right?
Where are your goods? One of them says.
Alduin will
Pulls out
speak.
some potions.
Oh, okay.
You didn't follow the normal paths.
We weren't aware of the normal paths. Alduin will say in both common and then in Sylvan.
They kind of look at each other. And then they say, alright, follow us. No funny business. They start leading you through the forest. And Will says, no. I'm wondering how likely it would have been that I would have ended up in a fight with other people around.
I put down at least $20 that Andraste might have. If Andraste was here, there would have been something would have gone down.
Who knows? Maybe they would have tried to seduce her.
Rather not think about that. Thank you.
Alden would say something, but he's not. He grins a lot.
You guys arrive at this tree palace. You are ushered in, and you stand before a giant honeycomb structure of a castle, of a entrance hall, with a throne at the end of it, with a large side Vespidon sitting in a chair. Now, even sitting down on the throne, she still towers over you guys. Bow before the illustrious. Where's her name at? There we go. Queen Lavisara.
Alduin is already doing a bow and going as far as getting on one knee.
Same with Nerul.
What? I'm bowing. I'm pretty sure as is. It's already technically bowing.
Alright. All of you bow, and then she says, stand, outsiders.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Queen. What's her name
Lavisara.
again? Lavisara. I kind of hoped that the three, this group meeting you would be under different circumstances.
Good night, Roxy.
Night,
Roxy.
you guys.
Oh, night, Rasky.
Good night.
Yeah,
Good night.
Good night.
we're almost done anyway, so. Alright. Well, what did you like to speak to me about, outsiders?
I'll look at Ragus. Like, you want me to lead her?
First of all, would you be perhaps interested in buying some potions?
Potentially, I always was fond of your people's alchemy, despite how rudimentary it can be at times.
These are built by me, and they're a little bit more explosive in nature.
So,
Alden takes like a long sidestep away from Ragus.
Earl doesn't change his position at all. He just says, "Shadowbringer, help me." Well, I'm sure that could be useful in case anyone tries to assault our hives. But must have come for. But I would like to hear about that more. But it seems like you all came for something more than just selling simple potions, or else you wouldn't have come in with an armed escort. He motions to her men who stand down.
Well, first off, I'll be honest. We popped in, as your soldiers put it, the usual trail. We instead came in through other means, or appeared via other means. But we were here about a potential alliance between your hive and the town of Leowyn.
Yes, we visited there sometime for trade. But what would we seek an alliance for?
Common defense.
And what threatens us? What threatens us?
A goblinoid horde.
They finally started moving, I see.
Yes. They have.
I wondered what new power would rise in the vacuum after the fall of the last great empire. Anak was a decent substitute for a while, but I knew something was coming.
Well, now, the Marek Legion has risen to carve out to take up their own portion of the vacuum and expand it.
And you'd like to ally against that, I assume?
Yes.
You do offer an abundance of trade, and the goblinoids would likely be a hassle to deal with here and again, as if we'd have to make new trade agreements with them that they would most likely try to shortchange us on, and might even try to burn down our hives as well.
Or go straight for the burning and forget about the trading.
And what would you have us offer exactly in this alliance?
Well, I would not ask you to drain your manpower, but firstly, contribute soldiers. But also, I have heard stories that your people are excellent builders. Witnessed one of your own work rather quickly and earnestly in our village. And Leowyn and her people need more builders to help build up our defense and expand it.
If that's the case, we have more traders, but we are lengthy builders, so I can offer you that much. I can offer you trade and assurance of help with construction. Military, on the other hand, is a bit more iffy because our military forces have been sapped in a conflict with Queen Kinsa and the Cavassian hive.
One of the other hives is at war with you?
The Cavassian hive is at war with everybody. is that after the fall of the Sorcerer King, the Queen went into a paranoid state and began lashing out at all non-Vespidon, even those Vespidon who communicate with outsiders. She's fearful of the outside world, as it were. This chaos has finally she wants to make sure the chaos does not reach her people, as it were. As it stands, until she is no longer a threat, I cannot offer you military, but I can offer you supplies and construction.
And that will be doable. Might I ask, this warring hive, what is your opinion of them?
They are strong warriors. In fact, they fought alongside the empire that existed 40 years ago, from what I understand. After its collapse, the warriors came back to their hive and put themselves in an isolationist state to avoid warfare, to avoid other Vespidon other non-Vespidon. And when people started getting too close, they started acting more violently.
Can they be reasoned with?
Maybe, if not for the dead Sorcerer King, maybe.
Aldwin stops and thinks for a moment. What are your production capabilities?
We can build most of anything. Out of context, out of character. For every 10 Vespidon, I'd say, you can craft one free building.
Alright.
Keep in mind, you guys only have 2 weeks left of being able to build per week.
How many Vespidon can you part with? How many workers you can part with, rather?
I can offer you 20. They're my best and brightest hive builders.
And I would not want to strip away your best and brightest on a iffy situation.
Well, if you'd like my more experience, but not as bright, but not as the best, I can offer 20 of those instead. They all offer the same amount of capability for the most part. It's just that some of them are more experienced than others. Wouldn't want your buildings to fall down around you, of course.
Fair point. Think you can throw in an extra 10 somehow?
Potentially. As long as I have guaranteed trade, of course.
Well, Leowyn does sit in a river basin in a whole valley. Once this goblinoid situation resolved, and once the winter passes, I can guarantee an uptick in trade as the farms become reestablished and people return to their lives and seek to rebuild.
Alright then. What is it? So who am I making this deal with, as it were?
Particularly the people of Leo. People.
What are your names, is what I ask.
Oh. Sir Aldwin Hollywood, the Jade Knight.
And I am Ragus of the rambunctious rolling hills.
Terrence. I feel like that would be what Terrence would say. And Nerul, Sir Harbinger of Shadows. Alright then. The Lestro Hive will aid you. Will have an alliance with the village of Leowyn. I'll have those workers sent to your village, and I will make sure that the trade starts more earnestly with your people. She says as she stands, definitely towering above you guys now. Standing at a full 8 feet tall.
Aldwin will look up at the Queen. Speaking hypothetically here, But maybe, in the future, a proper trading post could be established for your hive and your people.
Potentially. We will see how the wind fares.
I would like to think that the wind is going to be blowing well.
Let's hope it does.
Before I step out, or before I at least go to step out, rather, may I ask you something?
Yes.
The Summer Queen.
Yes.
What is your opinion of her?
She's a mighty fine ruler, as I see it. The Andronian hive absolutely loves her. Her queen answers directly to her. I prefer to keep more, though their idea of sticking to the Feywilds is a bit outdated. While I understand her people still hate the elves in Vespidon for what happened, at some point you need to move on. And while she's willing to look to the future, her people are still stuck in the past.
And this is the hive that is warring with everyone?
No,
or another one?
Another one. There are 3 of us hives out here. The Andronian, the followers of the Summer Queen, the Cavassian, the warriors, and us, the Leshu, the merchants, the diplomats, the warriors.
I might need to pay a visit to them, per se.
Judging by your air of Fey, I think that would be a most great idea.
And I probably shouldn't flaunt this. I was knighted by the Summer Queen.
I'd watch yourself then, my friend. Many Fey would kill you for that alone, as they see the elves as inferior to them.
Oh, indeed, and I have no problem locking blade and locking arrow with them. Ragus, would you like to show the Queen, Queen Lavasar, the potions you have on you currently?
Yes, very well.
How much do you charge per potion?
Shit. How much is it? Guild says it's like 50, right?
If it's a healing potion, then yes, 50.
50 for the healing ones. What about bombs? Like Alchemist Fire and shit.
Alchemist Fire is... Let me see. That is worth 50 gold. Yep.
All right, they're all 50.
You make... Yeah, that's only 3 each. Whatever. That's 300. You make 300 gold off the transaction.
Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you for your business, wonderful lady.
May the nature walker guide your path.
And may whoever's using those bombs guide it straight to their enemies.
And then Nerul turns around to walk, and you possibly guys, and you hear him say, "And may the shadows always stay behind you." As he proceeds to leave the palace.
Alrighty.
You guys follow?
Yeah. Indubitably. Do we have them as our allies?
Yes, you do now.
Are they willing to come with us to the city?
They're going to be sending
talks?
They're going to be sending 20 of their best builders. I mean, their builders to head there, and they're going to start having trade head there as well.
All right.
They most likely send a representative to help with that, most likely, but they'll be coming on there.
Can I get a representative, please?
Yeah, they'll be arriving shortly. They'll be arriving along with the builders, most likely.
There you
go. They'll get there quick, though. They know their way around the forest.
Alrighty.
But with that, as you guys are walking out of the out of the palace. Nerul says, "This was eventful, but." And nothing's happening. He's snapping, but nothing's happening.
I propose we walk then.
Walking time, I suppose.
Hold up. Why isn't this working? Having a bit of trouble there?
Uh-oh, spooky music.
And you see this figure in the same cloak as Nerul walk out of one of the shadows.
Ugh, it's his future self.
Yeah, it's exactly that as he pulls up his hood, showing a slightly older Nerul. Nerul looks like to be in his teens. This Nerul looks like to be in his 20s.
Okay.
I see that you've already walked well on the path thus far. I am utterly impressed. You even have the Liberators of Leowyn with you. Wonderful. Though I wonder if this time they'll be the Liberators or the Doomers of it. But it always changes from time to time. Though. So, have you... He kind of looks at the two of you, at the three of you. The failure of an alchemist and the failure of a knight. I am utterly unimpressed to meet you.
What you think of as a failure, I think of as success in the making.
And how many bodies will be left in that success is the question.
I don't know, you're the future person,
Enough, along with your own, of course, in some versions of events. But I wonder if this time it's going to be Circe killing you or yourself.
Oh, you think that she is going to kill me?
I remember in one version of events you let her. But he has a blank look on his face as he looks at you. It's not like it matters much. By the way, this entire time, despite the fact that his voice is emoting, he's had a blank emotion, like a blanket emotional face.
No mouth movement?
No, like you can hear the emotion in his voice, but his mouth doesn't really shape to form the emotion. It's like he's faking it in a way. He then looks at Aldwin. Ah, the leader of the Jade Knights. Your order still exists well into the future, though serving a purpose I'm sure that is different from what you have planned for it.
Organizations evolve and change. I just hope I prevent them from making the same mistakes as the Knights of the Forest.
I'll see based off this new prince. He has a bit of ambition in him. He might actually prove to be a rival to the Jade Knights. Might even destroy them if not careful.
Prince.
Future of a future that you'll never see come to pass.
Oh, really?
Yes, you won't live past the year 1000, most likely, so...
What's so important about the year 1000?
A long and very cold night awaits you all.
If I lived to see the day that the sun is blotted out, I would truly see pigs fly.
Be careful what you wish for, Sir Knight, he says with the quotes. Fate is a fickle thing, and of course, it can always prove to go wrong. He then looks at Nerul. The ships are gone, as are the lives of those sailors. As a result, I've already set things in motion that you'll have to see to. Don't bother trying to fight against it. We all know that in the end, you'll do what's needed. I take my leave for now. I have things to handle in the present time period, but I will be watching. And if need be, I have no hesitation to make sure that Leowyn has its fate decided one way or another, along with your master. He then winks at his past self and proceeds to, and you see the shadows consume it for a moment. Farewell, Nerul. I'll be keeping you in mind. And then he's gone.
He's a really big stick up his butt, don't he?
Nerul doesn't even answer. He just opens a corridor of shadows and walks through without saying anything.
Oh, is it still open for us?
He opened. If he was when his future self left, he was able to open one up for himself. I mean, open up one up for you guys and walk through.
I was about to say I want to go visit the other hives and see if I can pull them on their side, but
I'd low-key wait on Andraste for at least one of the highs.
true.
So, was that his future self? Terrence asks.
Looks like it. But, you know, they're two different people, so...
The guy's a jerk.
Yeah. I'm gonna call it... What shall we name him? I shall name him... Jerkwad of the Hive Place.
I was more thinking of shadowy asshole, but yours is cleaner.
Shadowy asshole. Okay. That works too.
And with
But
that,
not around the children.
and with that, you guys walk through the shadow portal, and you all are back in Leowyn at different. You all are back in Leowyn, and that is something that we are going to deal with next session.
Next session.